So let's restart. Welcome everyone to BioTecNika. It's indeed a great pleasure to host the IBioM 43rd meeting. And I must tell you, this has been a dream since the day I got to know about IBioM. And IBioM itself has been a great motivator for all of us in this room. And of course, as entrepreneurs, as scientists, as research scholars, and whether you are in academia or industry, IBioM has been playing a very important role. And since the time I got to know IBioM, it was my dream to have some kind of meeting right here in the premises of BioTecNika. So let me start by thanking my fellow trustees and honorary president and chairman, everybody who has been a very crucial part of the IBioM backstage. So of course, what we see here is a front stage, right? So I have a small presentation to make. It will not take more than 5 minutes about what is BioTecNika, what do we do, so that it'll be easy for us to know, okay, the place where we are, what exactly we do here. So as we have mentioned here, bringing victory to biological sciences sector. And that means all of you, all of us. If the biological sciences sector wins, BioTecNika wins. And that has been our motto since we got incorporated, since the time we envisioned this idea. So what exactly is BioTecNika? I would say it's not a company, it's a philosophy. We created India's largest life sciences, biological sciences platform, where you can look for jobs, opportunities, and information which is compiled, collated, and curated by a team of PhDs and scientists. And we have 50 plus global biotech firms recruiting from our platform, including many of you from our fraternity here. I would like to also bring this up that the term BioTecNika sounds foreign actually. The truth is, it came out from the root word Nika. I'm sure you must have at some point in time seen the ad of Nike. So Nike is the goddess of victory. Nika is the Greek word for bringing victory. So bio is biological sciences, tech is nothing but technology, and Nika is bringing victory. So we proudly say that we are here to bring victory to the biological sciences sector using technology. We want to create a platform, and of course we have done that for the last 18 years, where individuals and entrepreneurs, scientists and professionals, no matter which part of the fraternity you represent, you get something out there which is valuable for you, your career, or your employee's career. So some of the facts I would like to highlight here. Today, I can proudly say that in last 18 years, the work which we have done, you walk into any of the labs in the entire world, not just India, and you ask, do you know BioTecNika? There will be at least one person who will say, yes, I was, or I am currently a BioTecNika subscriber. We have been there with, thank you, 11 out of top 50 global universities as well as Indian universities advertise on BioTecNika to inform students about their courses. And they don't just do that. They even recruit from our platform for their professors. So they are scouting for students as well as their professors from our platform. 24 out of top biotech companies in India recruit through BioTecNika. And this is where we are almost present everywhere, omnipresent. But here is a team, a strong team of myself, my mentor and elder sister, Neha Suman, Preeti Suman, and Mr. Deepak. We head the company. So I am the co-founder and CEO. Dr. Neha is the director and HOD of academics. Preeti takes care of content. So she is Chief Commanding Officer Content. So we don't have regular designations. We are like an army. So workers are called as soldiers and the commanding officers are called as commanding officers, just like Indian Army. Then we have Deepak. He is a CCO, Chief Commanding Officer Finance. And Ms. Arunima, she is right here. So she heads the HR vertical for us. And of course, she will be interacting with you in case you are recruiting through our platform. No, if you're recruiting your employees through BioTecNika. So So starting with our history now, I was a college, undergraduate. First year we started BioTecNika when I was still in college. So we started in 2006 as a job portal, biotech job portal. 2008, by the time we realized that we cannot run it as a not-for-profit. We need a revenue model. And that is where we started our edtech arm. In fact, we are the oldest edtech company in India because we tried everything which the biggies have tried and failed, and we had already tried and succeeded or failed. That's up to us to judge. 2011, we started our first hybrid study center in Bangalore. 2014, we started in Noida. 2016, we were in Kolkata and Pune in the same year. 2018, we were in our very own Tamil Nadu. So then comes the pandemic, and we realized that we were too much exposed to the dynamics of the market, and we said, okay, let's scale back. So we scaled back, and now we are focusing on the global operation. So 2020 was an eye-opener for us. We scaled back and focused on virtual global courses through our EdTech app. That's when we launched our EdTech app. And today, as fast forward to 2024, we have more than 254 skill gap courses which we are providing to various professionals through our EdTech arm. So this is all about the EdTech story. Thank you. So we have customers from 188 countries and registered subscribers in last 18 years, 45 lakh people. That's 4.5 million people who are subscribed to BioTecNika with 1 million active users. So this is in last 18 years, 45 lakh, out of which 10 lakh is still active with us. Every year, our content receives more than 100 million views through our website, app, and all social media combined. And as per SimilarWeb, we are in the top 10 most visited website in the biological research domain, biological sciences domain. And just behind us is Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. So we are ahead of even them in the top 10 most visited biological sciences website in the world. Moving ahead, what services we provide to, of course, our entrepreneurs community. So you can post a job, and you can, of course, people who are looking for a job can look for the job. We have a very strong presence where we assist colleges to provide placements for their young graduates and postgraduates and PhDs. Our EdTech platform provides coaching, training, and mentoring services to students. We have also now ventured into bioinformatics research, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deep learning. So if your company has any kind of data which you would like us to crunch and give you the results, of course, we are doing that also. Digital marketing for biotech companies. This is another vertical where we specialize. So because what we have done in last 18 years, we can replicate that for you. So that's one thing we are doing. And then, of course, advertisement services for biotech companies. If you have a product launch, if you want to do any kind of PR, we are there for you. Moving ahead, we are built from India, but for the world. Our aim is to reach the global audience now and make the talent pool easily accessible to biotech companies, no matter where they are, through our network. So now we have started focusing on the global market as well, and with a very strong presence in US and European Union. And that domain I will be showing you. It's hosted at biotecnica.com. Further to that, of course, this was told by one of my mentors in the last meeting, that if you don't know BioTecNika, then you don't know the biotech sector. He's right here. And I took that opportunity to note it down and mention it here. And this means a lot to me, because if such a person of repute is mentioning this to our fraternity and community, then definitely we must have done something right in the last 18 years. So thank you so much, sir, for that statement. So our global ambitions are now up, now that we are into artificial intelligence, machine learning, and bioinformatics. We have 17 clients globally who are sending across their data to us to crunch. And of course, we have 28 PhDs who are working on this. So we also cater to the chemistry industry through our portal called as rasainika.com. So Rasainika is chemistry. And medtech fraternity through meditechnica.com. So now coming to, of course, you would like to contact us. So if you are in touch with me, fair enough. I'm just a WhatsApp away. Otherwise, you can reach out for any kind of talent requirements. If you want to hire fast, you're finding it difficult in hiring, you need some kind of acceleration, we are there for you. Any kind of digital marketing, digital presence, you want us to accelerate that for you, we can do that for you. Bioinformatics, data analysis, artificial intelligence, machine learning requirements, if you want to incorporate deep learning in your company and see how you can change the way things work, not just in biological research, but any kind of protocols we can design for you. So feel free to contact us. That's our toll-free number or the toll number. And of course, you are in our office. So thank you so much for joining us today. And this is a brief introduction about our company. So now let's begin our IBioM meeting. So I would like to bring up Sir, Dr. Jagadish Mittur, sir, to start with. Thank you.
Before that, any questions to you?
Yeah, anything we would like to ask. We have 28 people right here in this building, and the rest people are online, work from home. So total team size is 55. Before pandemic, we were 105, but we scaled back. Like I said, we were in 7 cities, and then we scaled back to now only Bengaluru. So right now we are a team of 55, which is working online plus offline hybrid model.
Gone down numbers, but revenue is still
Exploding. Yes. What we
different courses, modules that you offer to students.
Right. Across the globe. Right. So what we observed is when we were in 5 cities, we are essentially doing the same thing in 5. So instead we said, okay, let's not do that. Let's create online modules. Our scientists do the wet lab thing, demonstrate that in the modules or the theory or practicals, whatever. So, and then that goes, we have chemistry students learning biotechnology. We have, mechanical engineering and engineering students learning biology from us, because now there is a lot of interest of applying artificial intelligence in biological sciences. So engineers, IT engineers are learning biology from us. So that's another segment which is very interesting, which is happening. So yeah, that's one of the ways we do, and everything through the app. Yes.
You mentioned that you have like 54 scale courses, 45 million subscribers to the website, and 10 million active subscribers. How exactly did you guys track that online presence globally? I mean, it's really difficult.
Yes.
We are trying our best to reach as many people as possible
True.
to our website.
True.
But was it purely organic reach, or did you guys focus more on digital marketing and paid advertisements and that?
No, whatever we have achieved is of zero digital advertising, because anybody can defeat you if they have advertising dollars. What you achieve through organic cannot be replicated. So it is better to go for organic achievement. Now coming to how did we crack it, we observed what the user needs. So it's very simple. What the user is searching, what he needs, if you are able to deliver that, they are going to come to you. And same thing for any or every company. We all need a website or an app, and we want our buyers to recognize us. What they are searching, you will not know unless you're talking to them. You will not know it by just looking at the search pattern. You need to talk to the buyers. So create a buyer's persona, reach out to those people, ask what are you looking for, note it down. Once you have a sample size of 100, you will know, okay, what needs to be done for your website or app. That's how you will crack it. The more you talk to your buyer, the faster you will get there. And go organic, don't go inorganic. That's not how it works. Right? And very good question, by the way. Yeah. So we did have some investors, in fact, forced us to do that. That you rebrand it as Technica and have bio as a segment and IT and everything as a segment. We said, let's focus on what we are doing best, because in biotech itself, there are so many verticals which we have not cracked yet. Right. So right now we are focusing only on biotech, but in future, definitely we would love to scale in that direction. Doesn't matter. We can always do that. The formula is going to be the same, right? Once you have cracked paneer butter masala, it's gonna be paneer butter masala. It's just that you follow the recipe, different domain. Right. Any more questions? Otherwise, we are getting late for the.
I think one note just want to actually is now work with the Shekar. And there are companies similar to is BioTecNika, and I've worked with them also. There's a huge difference. For example, we hosted one online meet, and with that other company, there were about 20, 25 people. The same meet with Shekar, it just grew to close to 1,000. That's also because I think at an individual level, him and his team, they put a lot of effort in terms of balancing, managing online activities. Which is the big difference. Otherwise, users log in, they are 5 minutes late, and everybody is just sitting in it. But here, with them, they start engaging with the audience very actively. Even if the speaker is late or something like that happens, I've seen how they manage it. These are some of the things that cannot be taught. You have to build it, and I think I've seen him and his team do it very, very efficient.
Thank you so much. All right. So
also one of your,
yes. So
I don't want to say clients. It sounds funny.
a very good friend.
Collaborator.
A very good friend.
Here is the, I think somebody posted on the WhatsApp group.
Yeah.
Something in second job and BioTecNika 17th anniversary. I, full disclosure, I usually don't pay attention to most of them. Disregard. I saw somebody celebrating this 17th anniversary. Like, this guys must be doing something. So that's how I just picked the phone, called him, struck a note, and then we immediately started working like a couple of weeks later. Yeah. So it's
So, yeah.
a team of people working out of BioTecNika.
So his team works right here with us. Yeah, please, sir.
So incubator was
Yes. In fact, we are also incubator. I forgot to mention that in the slides. We have right now 4 startups who are incubated right on this floor. One is into superfoods, another is into bioinformatics and artificial intelligence. The rest 2, there is an NDA, so I cannot disclose. So 4 of them, they are incubated right here, and I'm mentoring them, and we are providing the infrastructure to them so that they can grow. And once they're out, of course, they will make a big mark into the world.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Now you know why we got, with the support of other trustees, why we got Shekar on board as one of the trustees for IBioM. I've known Shekar for nearly 16, 17 years when I used to be in the Department of IT and BT, Government of Karnataka. And then he came up with a sort of a parallel communication media, parallel to BioSpectrum, which was the first in the game. And then I really began to appreciate the youthfulness of and he hasn't grown anymore. I mean, he still looks the same from 17 years ago. And he is, although born in Bihar, he and his sister were very few examples of a brother and sister coming together to start something in biotechnology, maybe in somewhere else. So I hope.
Right. Chief commanding officer.
So, and highly professional, and is already making a huge difference to the IBioM platform. He's only been 3 or 4 months since he's become a trustee, and he's already drawn from various quarters for various activities and all that. So thank you, Shekar. Second thing is, thank you so much for hosting IBioM meeting here. This is really nice and cozy, unlike a small classroom somewhere else. And you've got nice seating here as well. So I'm so glad to you and your team for hosting this here. Thank you so much. Yeah. And the theme today is actually climate change. Okay, there's no introduction for climate change itself because you're all experiencing it. If you're in Bangalore, you would have experienced it. So no need to expand on that. But the insights into climate change, we have some very good experts here. We have Dr. Rajeevan, Madhavan, Nair, VC of Atria University. I'll introduce him later. Dr. Balakrishne, Gowda. And then from Bayer, we have Prasanna, Bhat, and many others who can actually add some of the details of climate change, why we should worry about, what is it we should do now so that we will be better next year, 10 years from now, how we can leave this world for the next generation, and so on and so on. So that's later. But before that, I want to introduce you to some of you who don't know IBioM, maybe a repeat thing. Can I have the slide deck here? Oh. And by the way, any of the trustees is not that I know more about IBioM than other trustees. Any trustee can stand up and make a presentation, but today, I guess it's my turn. Last time it was Manish who did the presentation in MS Ramaya. Before that, it was Divya. And Raja's presence was not completely guaranteed, but he made it all the way from Coimbatore, especially for this morning. So thank you, Raja, and Naveen, of course. Yeah, okay. So that I already told you about the theme. I'm so glad that we chose this theme for this meeting. And the special thing about IBioM is that we identified different venues across Bangalore and hopefully beyond Bangalore, maybe in Chennai, maybe in Pune, maybe. And I know Raja is working very hard to get many of them on board. Some key contact points in different cities that IBioM can spread there as well to help people, entrepreneurs or students or whoever. So that's something we are trying to do. So, it all started in March of 2019 when I was still in the Department of IT/BT working for KBITS. And then Raja and a few others, they said, we should start something because there's so many startups coming up or at least exploring to be a startup, exploring to be an entrepreneur. Because the release of the biotech policy from government of Karnataka when I was still there was 2015. And then year after that, government of India released a startup policy. So since then, there has been an explosion of startups. And many of them have returned from other countries, many of them other states into Karnataka or any other kind of movement they would have had. But in Bangalore, since Raja has been one of the pioneers, I think 1989 is when you started, right? Genotypic Private Limited. 1998. Okay. So he has been through that. He's been there. He has done it. He has failed. He has succeeded. All of that, and he's got 3 companies, I think, that I know of. I don't know. He may have other companies as well. And they has a lot of experience. And there are people like Naveen and Manish and all that who had some academic exposure. They wanted to have startups, so they already made their commitment. But there are many others. Some of them are sitting here. So Raja said, why should we waste the knowledge that I have? I may have failed and succeeded. So let's start a small platform which everyone can access easily. Okay, the IBioM boasts the fact that anybody can access easily. You don't have to go through any contact points or any people, biotech people that you may know to go through them or anything like that. And we've identified such startups also to become the trustees. Okay, so that's the thing we started in 2019. And then we were 8 of them. Unfortunately, one of them moved to Mysore, and another one, because of other reasons, they could not be with us. That's Sri Lakshmi Desiraju on the extreme left, and the guy at the front is Chandrasekhar. He's got his own company. He's also very much active in Mysore called Viprajan. So we replaced them with 2 others. So anyway, just to go through the structure. This is a slide that Manish prepared for last presentation. So I'm currently the honorary president. Raja is a chairman. Naveen Kulkarni is secretary. Divya is a treasurer. Special thanks to Divya because she actually has provided office space. So we don't have any office space, but Divya was very generous enough, kind enough, said, you come and work with my office. I need to see more people as well. So thank you, Divya. Please give her a big hand for Divya. So that's something that's happening very well. And then Mittur is our Tamil Nadu chapter. He's very successful indeed. And Mr. Harkaran Dhingra in New Delhi. And I think he travels back and forth between New Delhi and Bangalore. And then the new trustees we have is Shekar Suman, who has been there for 3 or 4 months. Dr. Varsha Sridhar, very much into public health. IBioM platform. So these are the trustees, right? So the reason why we went from BBS is as I showed here, this was like a very informal WhatsApp group. We have, how many members do we have? 1,000 people are there. And the several, Raja is very active in branching into different cities. We have Mysore branch, we have Chennai branch, Pune branch, whatever branch. Okay, and if you add up all, there are 1,000 people. But the only thing about BBS was that it's an informal group, and we could not officially, formally approach any decision-making authorities or any other companies and organizations, so on. So that's when we thought that we must register, and that's how IBioM got involved. And we were the first 8 trustees who became the trustees of IBioM. And then after that, I already mentioned to you about the new people that have come in, additional trustees. So what is some of you already know that, the risk of repeating myself, is a platform dedicated to empower startups, right? And MSMEs, micro, small, medium enterprises. And a lot of the startups haven't although they're at the cusp of becoming MSMEs, they're really not geared up yet because of various other challenges. So we think that IBioM, because of presence of many stalwarts, we could approach whoever it is, to see how they can, government can infuse some enthusiasm, some funds for startups who have come there to become MSMEs. So these are the trustees we have. And of course, we have a very good legal advisor. All documents that we try to put out goes through Mr. Kirit Javali. He is a partner, Jaffa and Javali barrister advocate, and he is an advocate in Supreme Court, New Delhi, and also originally from Karnataka. So he keeps traveling back and forth, and we consult him for various things. So over the last 3 years, IBioM has established a very good network, as you see there, companies of all different sorts and all different segments of life sciences. And so these are some of the challenges that startups generally have. Okay, for example, funding is a problem. Moving up, like I said, moving from startup to become a scale up or MSME is a problem. And then infrastructure, logistics for manufacturing, reaching out to rural sectors. Government of Karnataka, in the new policy document, which is yet to be officially released in the draft policy, there we want to promote rural innovation, that type of thing. So we could help them to promote rural innovation. And any assistance that startups may need at the customs level, regulatory level, clearances, we could help as a body, because we're a registered body, we're not an individual. So we, as a body, to go to these agencies, they will probably be able to give us more respect, and hopefully they will do what it needs to be to help these startups that are in our fold. Okay, and we have regular interactions definitely with Government of Karnataka, from IT, BT, and electronics through KITS, that's their Section 8 body. And then we're also making connections. Although we know a lot of people in DBT BioRack, we're trying to make connections there as well. What's happening? It's not coming from. Yeah. Okay, but if you're not already a member of IBioM, please do become a member. Depending on at what level that you're in, the membership fee differs, but it's not too much. Basically, the request is, if you can help us, then we can help you, because we are an organization, we're a registered body. We may have a better voice with a bit more conviction than you as an individual. That's the whole idea. And it's a not-for-profit organization. All of us are honorary trustees. We have only one person, like I said, Mr. Skandan Girish, and he's working very hard to continue to increase the level of the working position of IBioM. So if you can help us, we can help you in a bigger way. Yes. Another ad for you. And people have benefited from this informal interaction at BBS platform or IBioM platform. And it could be as simple as trying to contact someone for the business deal, or contact someone at the incubation center. They know that Raja and me, being much grayer than many other young people, we probably know a few more people than they do. So they come to us, and many times, many of the starters who are really on the verge of collapse, they've just sought Rajaji's help, and then they've really benefited from such help. So that's the strength of the platform. So please kindly continue to support us in any which way you can, apart from membership thing. And like I said, we conduct meetings in various venues, and because of the online technology we have, there's less and less of physical presence. But today, I'm very happy that so many of you are here in such a cozy atmosphere of BioTecNika. I think this adds a lot of value to IBioM itself. And we've conducted meetings in various companies, incubator centers, IASC. Atria University has been very nice to host us, and they're always ready to host us anytime we want to. And then, so many different things. Sorry? And Bayer, that was a fantastic evening. A corporate company hosting a platform like this was really excellent. And trustees themselves, apart from frequent meetings in BioAgile, Naveen in Basangudi Circle, he hosted a very nice meeting one evening, and that was good as well. And then haven't missed out on Genotypic QTL, one of the companies of Rajaji that has hosted as well. Manish is trying to get some infrastructure going for his company called MicroBiome, and I'm sure he's looking forward to hosting us sometime. And then BBC, is Dr. Adil Muhammad here? He said he's gonna come here. Maybe he'll come later. So BBC is an innovation center the government of Karnataka started, and then we're going to be establishing stock connections with them. So this is Dr. Ganesh Kishore, the man who was felicitated. He is the man behind many of the biotech crops, especially Roundup Ready crops and all that, Monsanto. So some of us worked with him, and he's originally from IAC, PhD from biochemistry from IAC. He came and he's come a few times, and he gave a very good talk and a lot of guidance to startups. And Dr. Dipankar Nandi on the left side, he is a professor in the biochemistry department, but he's focused on immunology. And he has engaged IBioM as one of their partners. They're conducting a meeting, a very mega meeting in J.N. Tata, in IAC, in J.N. Tata, I think. And BioTecNika is one of their media partners for that. So this is what IBioM can do. We can connect to each other. We're not very big, like ABLE or any other CII and FKCC and all that, but we're getting there as we grow further. Okay, so this is something you may not read it. I just took a screenshot of the front page of the documents we submitted to KITS, to GM, General Manager, and also the MD of KITS. KITS is the Karnataka Innovation Technology Society, I think KITS is called. So they're the body of Department IT, BT, and Electronics of Government of Karnataka. So we gave a lot of, as IBioM, as a body, we've given a lot of suggestions for the pre-draft stage, and they released the pre-draft of the last BTS meeting. And we also gave more suggestions for their first final draft stage. And then Karnataka government has formed a skills council. And then we have given suggestions for that. I'm glad to say that Dr. Naveen Kulkarni is a member of the vision group of biotechnology that is chaired by Dr. Kiran Mazumdar Shah, and also Principal Secretary Department of IT-BT. So if there's anything that startups per se need to reach out as a request or a suggestion to the government of Karnataka, so you have the channel here through Naveen or through Manish is frequently asked, and Divya, I think you've been asked a couple of times, and of course Rajaji and I are here as well. So the IBioM is a body that can help you all in that regard. And then Naveen and Manish and a few others, Mittur and others, they gave a report on startup to scale up. So thing is, we do keep submitting all this, and hopefully what we need is action. So that action, again, if you all come together to IBioM, then we can actually go. I'm not saying we should protest, but at least go make a request at the door of the principal secretary, and even if the minister, if it's needed. Okay, so we have been associate partner for Bengaluru Technology Summit in the last 2-3 years, and also knowledge partner for Genomics India that Dr. Raja Mogasi Mangalam and his team conducts every year. This year it was in Shiv Nara University in Noida, Delhi. Last year was in Bangalore at Nimhan Center. So I don't know where the next one is going to be. So we're always there because sometimes they want startups to come and showcase their capabilities, their products. And sometimes they want speakers for their sessions. So we are here to help them. And now more in the pipeline for this year, Atria University. I'm so glad to say that with the help of Dr. Rajeevan, Madhavan, Nair, we signed an MOU with a clear set of objectives so that IBioM, because we want to be connected to academia, we want to be connected to the industry, we want to be connected to the government. And this is where the academia and industry, this is where I think organization of BioTecNika can play a huge role, being the conduit for the two organizations to come together. And Immunocon, that Professor Dipankar Nandi is going to be, we're going to be a part of that as well. And then the Bengaluru Technology Summit 2024, that's going to happen in November. So hope to see some of you through IBioM showcasing your products there. So this is something that we put out in a very humble manner for you to become members, those of you who are not members, to please become take membership of IBioM so that we can help you, seeking your help to us so that we can help you at a different levels. Okay, so Skandan is here. If anyone who are not a member, he will help you with membership. Okay, so benefits, your logo will be on our website, MSME Marketplace. We can put you in touch and help you market your products. Contacts in India and abroad, social media presence particularly through help from BioTecNika team, we can do all of that. And then any recognition required at the Government of India level, if we recommend you, they may take it more seriously. I don't know, I'm just saying that. And so many more things. Okay, so this is where the benefits you'll be getting from. Okay, so I will stop here. If any of you have any questions to ask about IBioM itself, then we could answer that. One of the trustees can also answer that. If not, we'll go to the next session. Okay, Shekar? Any points to add? Yeah. Draft policy, yeah. Yeah, it's funny. So the pre-draft one was released as a major thing on the big stage in the palace grounds in the month of November 2023. Okay, and then they also had a session discussing biotech policy, and some of us made comments. Then they sent the document. The pre-draft stages of we had given improvements, and then final draft has been out again for consultation. You know, any government, before they release something, they want to make sure that it is consulted with the public. Okay, that's come out as well. Again, to that we made some serious. There was on a call with Ms. Paranika Pavandram, who is a GMDT. She's our contact point there. We've given. After that, we don't know what's happened. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I think we all know we had elections, because of which a lot of these activities have paused. And now that it is back, I think they have made some decisions. And what we got to know 2 weeks ago was that the budget has approved. The whatever budget they had proposed for 50 crores and a few others, they have been approved, and a formal release will happen sometime in August. That is the latest information. At least budgetary approvals have been done at the government level, finance ministry, and the formal release will happen sometime in August. That's the update. The whole thing got delayed because November minister wanted to make some news, and that's why the pre-draft and everything was already published. But post that, elections happened, which is why there was a mum on this. Now that all of that is completed, now I think the finance ministry has cleared it. August. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, one more thing, folks, all the startup grants were 50 lakh rupees 15 years ago. Either the big grant or the Karnataka idea to POC or Elevate, all of them were 50 lakhs. This was back 15 years ago. It is still 50 lakhs. So we are not asking for 5 crores. Make it 75 lakhs.
So let's not ask for less.
You can shoot. No, between us 75, let's shoot for 1.5 and then bring it down to. And the number is, on that time, we were only 100 startups. Now there are 1,000 startups in our group itself. Maybe there are 2,000 startups. So the number of grants has to be increased. Quantum has to be increased, at least for the devaluation of the money. That much they have to do. And then DBT, I was the first student of DBT when they started biotechnology. From that time onwards, all of these things are dominated by academics, all respected professors. Most of the DBT money still goes only to academia. They are actually not able to find ways to spend the money. You'll be shocked. They have given for big companies sometimes 12 crores because they are not able to give it to startups. But actually, there are a lot of people who want the money, who have the good ideas. So they are not, because academic people can never understand how to start a company, how to make it into another large self-sustaining enterprise. So we have to, through IBioM, because other people know, they will just say, okay, boss, you're great, get some monies and go. So someone has to fight for startups, and it cannot be the startups, because you go and stand there, they will never give you the grant. So we will stand for you. So to increase the quantum, if not for 75, 1.5, 1, and then more number, and then not to divert monies into academia, you give to academia, but that should come from a different grant, not in the name of startup. So this we are going to start. So now that we are 1,000 member strong, This we want to start, and that's why, like Mitturji said, he'll be now putting up the. So we need support. Lawyers will do free for some time, right? But afterwards, we still have to pitch for it. So you file one, but because we didn't do it, if you file one, what is it called as petition to know? I forgot the name of that. Like you ask what's happening. No,
RTI.
you move and one RTI, yeah, right to information, the whole thing will change. You need not even file a case. Just file one RTI. What is BIRAC doing? That's all I want to know. Where is the money going? Where is DBT? Where is the money going? Just one, but none of you will be able to, then you will get victimized. I can put it, IBioM can put it. Yeah, correct. That's because they are unable to find the right startups and give. And then they always think that you will waste money. They are wasting money. Is like, for example, there is a big setup put in Biocon or Syngene, I forgot, with due respects. That has they have given the money for the startup money into a export zone. No one can enter or come out. So it's all they are only using it. Yeah, Alex. And they are giving money to Tatas and Birlas, okay, instead of taking money from them. So this is what we should, someone should say, the emperor is not wearing a cloth. When everyone is saying emperor clothes are great. So that is what we want to take it up boldly for all of you and check it out. So we need all of your support and we'll go after this and get it. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
So again, the appeal is that ours is an engine. IBioM is an engine. Engine can move forward with your support. It may be challenges or it may be other kinds of support. So please be very open in working with us, talking to us, and supporting us in any which way you can. Okay. So now we will come to the more technical sessions. We've introduced BioTecNika. We've introduced IBioM, and we've had some good interaction. But now we will discuss the actual theme of the meeting, which I said, climate change and the challenges, all of that, and how there may be opportunities for bio-entrepreneurship. And I think if the experts that we've invited here, Dr. Madhavan, Nair, and Dr. Balakrishne, Gowda, and also Prasanna, Dr. Prasanna, but if they can open up a few things, this is where we need more help. Okay, this is the higher level issues that we're dealing with when it comes to climate change. And if they say that many startups here or who are not here but still part of the organization, they can pick up some of these things and run. So that support we can provide. Okay, so I would like to introduce Dr. Madhavan Nair. For nearly 40 years of experience in research and operational duties related to weather and climate services. He served in IMD, the India Meteorological Department, is a national weather agency for 21 years. At IMD, he worked on weather forecasting, climate services, including long-range monsoon forecasting, development of prediction tools, and climate data sets. Then he moved to ISRO and to Ministry of Earth Sciences for a brief For a brief period, he was also the director of Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Pune. During December 2015 and July 2021, he also worked at a very high position as the Secretary to the Government of India, Ministry of Earth Sciences, one of the longest tenures as a secretary, because of his expertise and because of his various other skills that he has, that he brought to the government in that area of climate. After superannuation, he's worked as the distinguished scientist for Ministry of Earth Sciences at the National Center for Earth Science Studies in Trivandrum, Kerala, from February 2022 to November 2023. He's currently with the Atria University. He recently joined, maybe over a few months ago, I think, a state private university conducting liberal STEM courses in Bengaluru as his vice chancellor. We met him for the first time in one Atria University recently organized a conference, which indirectly or directly related to what's happening to the planet Earth because of climate change. And he has got more than 160 recent publications with a very high index of 59, more than 16,000 citations. His important research contributions are on monsoon variability, monsoon predictions, and climate change, extreme weather events, and prediction of mesoscale systems, which I don't understand. I'm sure he will explain. He's a fellow of all three science academies of India, Indian Academy of Sciences, Indian National Science Academy, and National Academy of Sciences. And he's a member of the International Academy of Astronautics, and is currently an expert member of the World Meteorological Organization called WMO, his research board, an apex body supporting the research and services of World Meteorological Organization. And today he's going to talk about why we should worry about climate change. We only worry about traffic and all of those things, but I think climate has actually played a lot of role in this, and it's not just traffic. There are many, many other things. And but before that, we are here to felicitate Dr. Rajeevan Madhavan Nair on his birthday. Sir, please come. Please come. Have a chair.
Coincidentally, this is his birthday also, and we are so thankful that you are sharing your birthday with us. So we raise a small cake.
Is it a virtual thing?
No, no, real cake.
Which we can see and taste and touch on.
Thank you very much, but it was not expecting this.
It's our pleasure. I have to give a bit of a break to all of them. A sweet break. Has someone taken a photograph of this? Scan. The Sean on the corner. What doing it here?
Of course, we could not ask your age and we don't want to reveal that. So just, it's not age. And age is just a number. And while biotech entrepreneurs are doing all the research on anti-aging, I keep seeing on that group. Sure.
After all, I'm not a film actor. I can reveal my age. I'm 63.
Oh, wow. You don't look like it. It looks
You please, what do you want a pleasure? Blow the candle and then cut the cake.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. You'll all get a piece of this soon. Shall I leave it to you? Thank you. Can I have a
Chapter 9. Chapter 9.
Can I have
To read it here, very beautiful wish was uttered here.
What's when they say?
It's a many girlfriends.
Why? At this age? My wife should not hear. That's okay. Can I start my
Well, we have just one more thing. This comes with what we do for people who achieve for a bit. Raja, please come. You put the shawl. Thank you. Please. You have a slide here?
I have a presentation.
Get some.
Thank you.
Dr. Jagadish. And I'm not a biologist, I'm basically a physicist. I did PhD in physics. So I'll be talking a little bit about on climate change, why we should worry. Of course, climate change is a very popular topic, and many people, even they don't know about climate change, they talk about climate change. Even Sachin Tendulkar goes out in the first ball. I remember in Sharjah cricket matches, the commentators was indirectly was saying it could be because of the climate change, because Sharjah was very warm, it was very hot. So it can be attributed to anything. So climate change is a very popular topic. Everybody can talk about climate change. So what really climate change is, I'll be talking about next 20-25 minutes. You can interrupt me and ask questions if you have anything. And if you really say what, before talking about climate change, we should know what is really a climate system. Is nothing but all these 5 spheres which we have in our Earth system. One is atmosphere, we know what is atmosphere. Hydrosphere is nothing but oceans, lakes, rivers, anything related to water. Lithosphere is basically the core Earth, the solid Earth. Cryosphere is nothing but snow, ice, etc. Biosphere, it's all forest. So all these spheres interact each other. They are not independent systems. They are all interactive systems. Atmosphere can interact with the ocean. Ocean can interact with the the atmosphere. And cryosphere can interact with atmosphere. Lithosphere is very sluggish. It is very inertia, it has more inertia. It doesn't really interact very often with the climate system. So I will start with, so as we know that it's our whole life of Earth, we need solar radiation, sun radiation from sun. That's the primary source of energy for our life. So we receive some some fixed amount of solar radiation from the outer space. And so then any body has to emit radiation back so that the temperature is kept in the equilibrium. So if X amount of radiation is received, X amount of radiation should be radiated out. That depends on even that's valid for even our body. For example, if we receive X, we have X amount of radiation is received, X amount of radiation is emitted back. That's when the winter, when we feel very cold, we put sweater, we put blanket, etc., to make sure the radiation which is going from our body is cut off, so that our temperature again is increased. So that is the main principle of Earth's radiative balance of the atmosphere. If the radiation which is going out into outer space is cut off because of some reasons, then we get more energy into the Earth system. So then our temperature will go up. That's what is really happening. So basic climate change is the driving force is that we receive X amount of solar radiation, but with the year, with the going year, and the amount of radiation which is released to the outer space is reduced. So that means Earth is gaining more and more energy. So, and what is the reason for the radiation going out is reduced is mainly because of the greenhouse gases available in the atmosphere. One of the best example is carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas. It allows the solar radiation to come in, but it doesn't allow the thermal radiation or energy radiation emitted from the Earth's surface is not. You don't allow it to go out. It absorbs and radiates. So some of the radiation comes back to the Earth's atmosphere as well as surface. So that is the basic physics for the whole climate change which we are talking. And there are, if you talk about climate change, there are 2 different processes. One is natural processes. It can be, for example, solar radiation changing. There's a solar cycle about 13 years. So every 13 years, solar intensity will go up and go down. So that can have a small change, it can affect an atmosphere. And that is an external force because this comes from outside their system. But there could be volcanic eruptions, but both are very natural process. We don't do it anything. So it's just a natural process. It can be called as an internal process. What we are more worried about is anthropogenic effects. Fossil fuel burning is the main cause. It can be industries, it can be transport sector, it can be energy, and agriculture is one of good best example. And land use changes, we go on changing the land properties by removing forests and putting it something agriculture, for example, deforestation. These are some good examples how we do, how we affect our climate, how we influence our climate. So these are the major, what are the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. Water vapor. Water vapor is a natural process. It is not created by human action. It's a natural process. And water vapor, it forms in different, it stays in the atmosphere as well as the surface in a different form. It can be vapor, then when it condenses into, it goes into the cloud and condenses and falls as precipitation. So water vapor and the whole water cycle is a natural process. But what we are worried about is carbon dioxide, methane, ozone, and nitrous oxide. These are all greenhouse gases. And this is the greenhouse effect which I was mentioning about. It allows the solar radiation to come in, but the radiation which is being emitted from the surface of the earth or the atmosphere comes back as reflected back to surface, and we get more energy. And now, question is how we observe. So, okay, these are all good things to say, but how we know? So, we have observations. It's called Earth observations. We have a beautiful Earth observation network. It has been set up by all the countries, especially US and UK, and that includes satellites. That includes surface observations. For example, India Meteorology Department has about 550 observatories all over the world, all over the country. We have the pilot balloon observation, which goes with the balloon, and we take observations in the whole atmosphere. We have aircraft which can take observations over the ship, over the sea. It's the ships, and also it's a data buoys which can float over the sea. So there are plenty of observations we have, including satellite. But out of 100, assume that we have 100 data, 90 data comes from satellites. So satellites play an important role in Earth observations. So how many satellites we have? This is the satellites at present we have for just Earth observations or climate studies. You can just say how many observations. People used to say that probably after a few years we may have to put a traffic light in the outer space to control this movement of the satellites. So many satellites. So all very beautiful satellites. It gives you plenty of observations, good observations to understand how our climate is behaving, climate is changing. Now, I will give an example. So, I told that greenhouse gas is changing because of the increasing, because of the human activities. The question is, do we have observation? The answer is yes, we have observations. This is the one beautiful graph which I show everywhere, is the concentration of carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide for last 2,500 years. And you can see that it's all just, it was flat, it was just the same value for almost like 1850 or 1950. And after 1950, you can see the sharp increase of all these three greenhouse gases. Very sharp. It was never occurred in the earlier past, the last 2,000 years. So it is very unprecedented. It's mainly caused by our own activity. See, after the Second World War, the whole industry has started. The industrial activity started after 1950. So afterwards, this whole changes in the concentration. Now, you can ask a question. Our observations, first temperature observation or pressure observation started around 1850 or so. The question will ask, how you know that about 2000 years, what was the concentration? The answer is, we go to Antarctica and we make a hole and drill the hole up to 500 meter, even 300 meter, 400 meter, and take the ice core and bring it to our lab here in India, any parts of the world. Then we analyze the ice cores. So the carbon dioxide molecule trapped inside the ice core can give you the value at that time. So you can understand how much depth of the ice core. And if you go in 500 meter, you can go back to almost 5,000 years back. If you take the first top layer of the ice core, it will be in recent years. If you go down, it will be much more past years. So we can attribute at each height what is the age of the ice core, and then how much is the carbon dioxide molecule trapped inside. This is the way we measure these values, and you can see that a sharp rise in that. And actual observations of carbon dioxide was measured by a famous person called David Keeling. It's a very famous person. He put an observatory at a place called Mauna Loa. It's in the US, Hawaii. And they have a big astronomical observatory. There he put up. And you can see how good observation. It's a beautiful observation, very accurate observation, how carbon dioxide has been changing. You can see that it was around less than 320 parts per million. Now it is almost 420. So this is very unprecedented, sharp rise in carbon dioxide. So nobody can question now this greenhouse gas concentration is not changing. It is changing, it is increasing abnormally. And what is the repercussion? As I told that more energy is trapped inside the climate system. So temperature, the first consequence is temperature goes up. And this is the graph which shows the trend, how much temperature has changed for last 130 years, 120 years, the top, and last 30, 40 years in the bottom. You can see that you can see that last few years the warming was much more than the last 100 years. And the important thing is the warming is not uniform. You can see the warming is not red everywhere. It is some orange color, blue color also is there. And warming is land warming is more. So land gets more warm than ocean. The ocean is very sluggish. Even if you put more energy, temperature rises very small. Whereas if you put the same energy into the land or for some surface of the earth, it changes, the surface temperature goes up very quickly. So the ocean has more heat capacity than the land. And Arctic region is warming much faster than any other region. So that's why Arctic region is more important for our climate system. Whole countries are now talking about Arctic cooperation. There's an Arctic Council now. They talk about climate change happening in the Arctic region. And how the temperature goes up. This is the way temperatures goes up. This is the temperature average for the whole world. You can see that there are many data sets. You can see that it was almost the same value for many years, then it went up. So you can ask a question, if you take a temperature of all whole globe, how much is temperature? The average is about 15 degrees Celsius. Now that can go up to 16, it can go in 17. Now last year it was almost 16.5. And few days back, I think 22nd of July, it recorded 17.6, the warmest day ever recorded, 17.6, the global temperature. And so it's not only temperature is going, sea level is rising, whole ocean is coming up, because the physics called thermal expansion. If you heat up the ocean is nothing but a fluid, so if we heat up, it will expand. So it's a thermal expansion, it goes up, and also the ocean heat content. So the ocean, not only the sea surface is getting warmed, the depth of the ocean also is getting warm. So if you assume that you can calculate the ocean heat content of the ocean, that also is going up. And very important thing is ocean acidification, because whatever we emit, 25% of carbon dioxide is absorbed by the ocean. So ocean play an important role in regulating our climate. This is a very, very important ocean. But if you go on absorbing, the acidity will change. It will become more acidic. So ocean is becoming more, pH values will decrease. So ocean is becoming more and more acidic now. So these are some immediate implications of climate change and global warming. You can see this is the time series shows how the natural disaster is increasing over the years. It's the whole world average, 1970 to 23. You can see that all hydrometeorological natural disasters the frequency is going up. And so if you change climate change, what could be impacts? It can impact our monsoon. Monsoon, it's a bread and butter. Without monsoon, we would not have been surviving. And health, it can affect health. For example, heat waves can affect our health. Vector-borne diseases, malaria, all things will be increasing. Agriculture, it will affect agriculture because of more temperature and extreme weather events. And so we need climate resilient agriculture. And water, there could be a lot of water shortage, water stress, especially drinking water. Energy demand, more temperature means more energy is required, so higher energy demands. And of course, natural disasters is increasing. So the question is how we predict. These are all we observed. Things are changing. Frequency of extreme weather is increasing. Global warming is happening. It can have an impact. So the question is how you predict the future. One way you can do is go to an astrologer and ask what will happen to our life after 50 years. He can easily say. And many people are doing that. But what we scientists we do is we use good science, best science. We have a models called Earth system model, which treats all the components of the Earth. It's basically a mathematical model, a three-dimensional mathematical model, which includes a lot of physics. And it's basically 7 nonlinear partial differential equations. We solve it using computers. Then you can predict up to next one day. That's for basically used for weather forecast, next 15 days, 20 days. In climate time scale, we predict for next years, next 50 years, 60 years. So these are some of the way in we will do the. I will not go in the details of the equations, etc. But then we need. These are some of the things which we need to put into the model. Solar energy is coming, it gets scattered, then this ocean, all these components, physics as well as chemistry. There's a lot of chemistry is involved. For example, all this interaction between all these gases, aerosols, so many things happen. So all these things is to be put into the model, and this then we have to run the model. So model is very complicated model, mathematical model, and which includes a lot of physics and chemistry also. Then we use big computers like this. This is the computer where at Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, where I was the director. This is the fastest computer in this country now. And this is about 10 petaflop machine. A petaflop means 10 power 15. 10 into 10 power, so 10 followed by 15 zeros per second. This is 1 second. So 10 petaflop floating point operations will be done by this computer. Floating point operation, nothing but 2 plus 2 is a floating point operation. So in 1 second, this many zeros calculations will be done. But still we feel that it is not enough. So we are going to buy another computer in this year by spending about 1,000 crore. It's a huge, very costly machines. Okay, so then these are some of the results. These are four beautiful scenario of clouds and precipitation. And you can you distinguish, and out of these, 3 are model results and 1 is observations. 1 is actual observations and 3 are model predictions, climate model prediction. Can you distinguish which one is observations? This one? This one? You could read this? Yeah, okay. So these are observations. Again, you can see there's hardly any change. This is a different resolution. This is 9 kilometer, 4 kilometer. This is 1 point. So you can see how good the models are to predict the actual observations of our climate. Beautifully, it is predicting. And the model is run at 1.4 kilometers. I mean, every 1.4 kilometers is one forecast we can prepare. They have a very highly sophisticated model, which I thought I will show you this map. And we recently when I was secretary, we brought out the first national climate change assessment. It was never done. So we have done it. Institute, again, IITM people have done this work. And it's an open access book. We paid money to Springer, saying that we will give you money, you print it and put it out in the public domain free of cost. Because once you publish a book, people should read. So we spent almost about 70 lakh and we gave it to them. And you can see how many citations already. It is published in 2020, 524 citation, 411K downloads. So anybody can download this. You can just search in Google. You can get the link and download it. There are about 15 chapters there. You can download and read it. This is the official authentic report by the government of India. What climate is changing and what we can expect in the future. You can read this. Okay. And now I'll another 5-10 minutes. I'll talk about what these models are really showing. What will happen in the future climate. One is this is the future changes of temperatures in the whole globe. This is at 1.5 degree global warming. How it will look like. You can see that the whole Arctic Ocean is warming up. This is 2 degree warming. This is 4 degree warming. So you must have heard in the newspapers as well as in the discussion that IPCC reports, IPCC negotiation, COP meetings, all you must have heard about it. So now all countries are trying to bring and keep it this 1.5 degree warming. Anyway, warming is going on. So we want to restrict. Already the whole global temperature has increased by 1.1. 0.4 is remaining. Okay. So we want to restrict this warming by 1.5 by 2050. People say it is possible. Some people say it's not possible. And 2 degree warming will be much abnormal. So people have IPCC, the World Meteorological Organization, etc., have done the repercussions or implications of 1.5 and 2. And they say that if you can restrict 1.5, it's good. 2 will be much more devastating. The more frequent extreme weather events, more natural disasters, more repercussions. So we want all countries are committed that 1.5 degree. This is a so-called Paris Agreement. You must have heard about Paris Agreement. It's 1.5 degree. But my feeling is 1.5 is not possible. We should pray that our warming is restricted to 2. And so this is how the future temperatures go. This is for India. You can say that for different scenarios, and you can even expect the 2-degree warming from today. Still 2-degree warming can be expected over India in different climate scenarios. And this climate change scenario is very important. We have fixed some 3 or 4 scenarios because we know at present how much greenhouse gases are emitted. Concentration we know. But in future, we don't know how the energy demands, how the countries are going to emit. So we assume that one is business as usual. That's a beautiful scenario which we can. Business as usual means keep quiet. Whatever you do, continue to do. That's a business as usual. That will be having devastating effect. Another is you put restrictions on fossil fuel combustion and you go more into non-renewable energy, etc. So then you can have 3-4 scenarios, and as per the scenarios, it can. And this 4 day, this warming is nothing but business as usual. If you keep quiet, it will go warming. It can go up to 5 degrees more. Okay, and this European heat wave, you must have heard about it. 40,000 people died in France, Germany, and adjoining countries. 40,000 people. We can expect in India, 500 people die means immediately people will cry. There are 40,000 people in advanced countries, and temperatures were not 40 and 45, what we hear here. It's only 35, 36. But still people died. Because for them, 35, 36 is not acceptable to them. And because it lasted around almost 2 weeks, they had better medical facilities, but 40,000 people died. It's one of the most severe heat wave ever recorded in the whole history of human life. And now models are saying that the warm nights and days are going up everywhere, but whereas the nights will be a little colder. So you can expect colder nights, but more warmer days. So these are the projections which we can expect from India. And heat wave frequency, you can say these are different models. You can see all the models are showing a increase in heat waves everywhere. And this is also heat wave frequency is increasing, heat wave duration also is increasing. So we should expect this year, you must have heard about so many people dying due to heat waves in India and Pakistan. For example, last year, Pakistan died, about 2,000 people died. And this year, Bangalore was more than 40 degrees in May. So this can happen in future. And this will only deteriorate more than revival. And as far as monsoon is concerned, we are lucky. We have a good monsoon. We have 2 monsoon, one for southwest monsoon we call June to September. Another is northeast monsoon, October, December. Both the monsoons give you plenty of water. Annual rainfall over country, the whole country, if you take rainfall measurements and average it, you get almost 1 meter of water. 1 meter of water. You can assume 1 meter means assume that the whole water is coming down, is not evaporated or not flowing out into the sea. That at the end of 31st December, you will have 1 meter of water spread over the whole country. You can expect, and you multiply by the area of the water, area of the country, you can calculate the volume. How much volume water we receive. But still, by April, May, we say water is not there. Drinking water is not available. So we are lucky that we have plenty of water, but we don't know how to manage it. Okay, so this is but the problem is rainfall is not coming in every day. Every day it doesn't rain. It rains only few days. And even when it rains, it doesn't rain every 24 hours. It rains in few hours. I don't know how many of you know that Bangalore, how many hours it rains? You don't know. I don't know about Bangalore, but I know many places. Ahmedabad, for example, the annual rainfall is about 80 centimeters. And it rains in just 120 hours. Out of 365 into 24 hours, Ahmedabad gets whole monsoon annual rainfall in 120 hours. And another important thing, half of the rainfall, 40 centimeter rain, comes in 20 hours. You need only 20 hours of rain for get. So that can. So you mean. So what I am highlighting is that is the characteristic of monsoon rainfall or Indian rainfall. So when it rains very heavily, and that water we should able to store it and manage it properly. Okay. So we have these are the places where we get heavy rainfall. For example, today is 27 July. 2005, 27 July was the Bombay heavy rain. Same day. 2005, 98 centimeter, 2,000 people died and crores of rupees lost. So this is the same day. And this is the way where the frequency is increasing. Most of this central India as well as the west coast, the heavy rainfall frequency is increasing. And you must have heard about the Uttarakhand floods in 2013. Many people died. It was heavy rains, and the whole Shivalinga was taken away. And if you, it was caused by a weather system. It's called, we call rainstorms, and this frequency of these rainstorms is increasing everywhere. And this is the droughts, how it happens. When a feature what will happen means the good news that monsoon rainfall is going to increase further. We'll have more rain. Okay, so we should be happy. The monsoon is a very robust system. We are lucky that we have a good system, climate system like a monsoon. So monsoon rainfall is going to increase in the future. This is up to today. It's 2000. By 2000, it's a different scenario. You can see this. But any scenario you take, monsoon rainfall is going to increase. So it's good. But the problem is the intense precipitation or heavy precipitation also will increase. You can see that. So intense precipitation is likely to increase in future climate. These are all model projections, RBCC model projection. And we are also going to have severe droughts. And we have a new concept called flash droughts. The flash droughts means next few days, now you may have a lot of rain, but next 15 days it may not have any rain. So there will be soil moisture depletion in the surface. So that can affect agriculture, crops. So it's called, this year happened. It's happened. So it's very common, but it is not known. It was not known many years back. Now the new research results are coming about flash droughts. We know flash floods. It comes, just rain comes and goes, and it causes a lot of devastation. But flash droughts is a new concept. But people say that researchers say that the frequency of flash drought is going to increase in the coming years. And Kerala floods, we may be knowing 2018 floods, and the question is, there was a lot of discussion whether IMD could predict the heavy rain. It was very well mismanaged by Kerala government. It was not done properly. 2,000 people or some people died, 2,000 people died. It was devastating in a flood. But question is whether there was also discussion whether Kerala government has managed the reservoirs properly. They opened it at the last moment. The question is whether they could have opened a few days back and so that the flood level could have reduced. A lot of discussion. Recently, this paper, Han and Rajeevan, these are from UK people. Rajeevan is basically Indian. So they have studied this Kerala flood, and they said that the same kind of weather system which caused the event in 2018, if it comes in 2050, the present dams, reservoirs in Kerala won't be able to store water. So that means there's a very big warning to Kerala government saying that your dams are not adequate for future. That's the meaning. So this kind of beautiful advices can be given by climate models. Now question is, okay, we all know that climate is changing. We can expect a lot of devastating effects in the future. So what we can do? One is adapt to the changes, what we can do the best way. Another is mitigation. Mitigation means stop everything. Adaptation means you can adjust to the environment and try to live it better, have a better life. Both have a lot of difficulties. The words are very simple in English language. Adaptation and mitigation are two beautiful words. But implementation is very tough, especially a country like India, where there's a lot of diversity is there. It's very difficult to do. I will give a good example. So now question is, the big discussion comes about who is responsible for this increase in fossil fuel burning. We know India is also, India also has industry, there's a huge transport sector. We also have problems like land use changes. But out of our whole country, the countries like US, right, China, and some countries here, to some extent India, or all this, for example, Brazil, they are all responsible for major emission of greenhouse gases. Okay. So out of, if you put it in a ranking, I think China comes first, sorry, US comes first, then China, then third is European Union, fourth is India. Amount of carbon dioxide emitted by different countries. But if you calculate into per capita divided by total population, we are very less because our population is very high. So the division denominator is big number. Okay. So when we go for discussion with the government, our government in IPCC climate change negotiations that we do, we say that you are emitting more to US, but US people say your amount also very high. But then we say our per capita emission is very small. But very important thing is what climate thing is seeing is not per capita emission. It sees the whole amount, isn't it? So how many numbers and all the climate system doesn't understand. It just reacts to the how much amount of carbon dioxide is emitted. So there is a lot of discussion goes on, and discussion goes on. But finally, solution is who is responsible. We are not able to find out. But all people have made commitments called net zero commitment. Some beautiful commitments which all countries have emitted. What net zero emitted commitment means, whatever it is emitted and what is absorbed. I showed the carbon dioxide. For example, the ocean can absorb some carbon dioxide. Forests are very beautiful system where forests can absorb carbon dioxide and release oxygen back. So there are some natural absorbers, and also we can do it artificially. We can absorb carbon dioxide. So the emission as well as absorption should be same. So then we'll have net zero emission. That's a beautiful concept. And very important thing is you can cut down. So emission means basically fossil fuel that you can reduce it. You can move to, for some electricity, you can move all into renewable energy like wind, solar, and biofuel. You can go. So you can reduce the carbon emission. But important thing is carbon dioxide is a uniformly mixed gas. It has a lifetime of about 60 years. So if you cut down now, the effect is not seen immediately because the carbon dioxide you emitted about 60 years back still will be there. So the effect will be, so it's not a very easy solution. So we need to really absorb also. So we need to have technology for carbon capture, we call, and also people are talking about geoengineering concepts. I told the solar energy is the main input. So you can put beautiful mirrors outside the world, outside the outer space, and reflect solar radiation back. It's one way people talk about it. It's all still on paper. A lot of research is going on. I'm very, very sure Hollywood will come with a picture film now. Maybe after 2-3 years, those scientists are going up, putting the lights and the mirrors and reflecting solar radiation and saving our human life. It's a beautiful concept, very difficult to implement. Second thing is you can induce more aerosol into the upper atmosphere. Aerosols are scattering of solar radiation. It can scatter solar radiation back. These are some of the geoengineering concepts which we are talking about. So the basic problem now, the basic concept we have is the emission we should reduce, and also whatever the remnants of carbon dioxide or greenhouse gases is living in the atmosphere should be absorbed and captured. This is the concept. This net zero commitments. About 140 countries have made these commitments, including India. India told that all countries are doing a commitment of by 2050, they will make net zero commitment they will achieve. India is saying we will do it in 2070. So now question is, what kind of technology you need to do this? It's a very highly complex issue, but we made a lot of commitments. Many beautiful technologies. So I don't know how many of you can help us. For example, the biologists can help us to, for example, reduce the carbon dioxide emission or absorbing the carbon capture. But people like nanotechnology people, they talk about carbon capture technology. For example, the cars which we use, the planes which we use, if you do it in a lighter mode, the car should be much more lighter. So the fuel consumption will be much less. So can you have a body of car body which is much lighter using nanotechnology? So such kind of huge scientific discussions are happening. So the message is we need to have the net zero commitment. We should do it as early as possible. That's all. Our message goes here. Now, question is very beautiful. Question is, are we on track to reach net zero by 2050? The answer is no. It is not my statement. It's told by United Nations. At our commitments, many countries, if you really review what they are doing, they are not on the track, including India. So they have been given. They are also asked to give a roadmap to make net zero commitments by 2050. Many are off the road. Most of them, including India. This is the geoengineering concept which told. So I will give you. So these are the different sectors which climate can affect. I will not go in detail. I'll use 2 more slides and I will stop here. One is the health impact I will talk about. This is done by WHO. If you assume that each country is emitting greenhouse gases, and you proportionally increase the size. It's just a cartoon. It's just a cartoon. For example, US is increasing more greenhouse gas, so the US is blown up, and you can say Europe is blown up, China is blown up. This is as per the greenhouse gas. But when it comes about health, impact on health, America is very small. That means the effect on America is small. The effect of Africa and India is much more. So somebody else is emitting greenhouse gases. There's a beautiful graph is shown by WHO, which they say that the impact of climate change is not equally distributed. There's inequality in the effect of climate change, on, especially on health. Some countries are emitting, but impact on health will be mostly on Africa as well as South Asia. And we identified, climate scientists identified climate tipping points. It's very alarming signal. The climate tipping points is the point of no return. It can go only that side, it cannot come back. One is Greenland ice sheet, Atlantic circulation, Arctic sea ice, Amazon rainforest, West Arctica. So these are some coral reefs in Australia. So these are some of the tipping points where we identified if you really keep doing, increasing the fossil fuel burning, this all will go to the next stage. For example, Arctic sea ice. The climate models are now, see, they have a beautiful sea ice. A lot of ice is involved in Arctic sea ice. And by September, it starts melting. Okay. And winter, it again goes up. And you cannot see Arctic sea without ice. You cannot see. So the ships and all cannot really go. While the climate models say that by 2050, in September, October, there will be no ice in the Arctic Sea. There will be no ice in the Arctic Sea. It will be melting. Already melting is happening at the very fast rate. And by 2050, you can see Arctic Sea without sea ice. We climate scientists are worried, but countries like Russia, China, they're all very happy. Because the China people can go to Europe now, not only through the south to India, then Suez Canal, then they can go up from there, much shorter route. And Russia is very near. They can go down to the sea and explore their oil and everything. So they're talking about money. Okay, so this is the way many countries are looking at the impact of climate change, how you can make use of to get more money. But people like Indian government is thinking about Arctic sea ice, Arctic climate, and Indian monsoon has a good relationship. If anything happens on the Arctic, can have a devastating effect on Indian monsoon. So we are worried about climate change and its impact on monsoon. But countries like China, Russia, they are happy because they can get more money. This is the last slide. You must have heard about World Economic Forum. It's a very important agency. They identified 10 most important risks which we are going to face in for next 10 years. 10 most important risks for next 10 years. This is developed by World Economic Forum. You can say what are they? Extreme weather, climate action failure, then we are not taking action, natural disaster, biodiversity loss, human-made environmental disaster. I thought they will make some issues on political instability, economic problems. They never discuss about that. They say that these are the 5 major risks which we are going to face in the next 10 years. So you can just understand the gravity of the climate change problem. That's why I am coming to my title, why we should worry about climate change. I'll stop here. Okay. Any questions I can ask?
Yeah, so just I think if this was not an important talk for all of us, I don't know which other talk would be, since it's affecting every one of us, not just here, out there as well. So thank you, Dr. Nair. So we have time for 2 or 3 questions, and then move on to the next one. Please, anyone? Yeah. Speak loudly, please.
I'm Rajeevan from Balakrishne Institution. So I work on green energy policy, but my focus is mostly on China. So my question is first question is, you talk about adaptation and mitigation problem, but not in detail. So why do we have this financing of adaptation problem in India? Why doesn't India finance adaptation segment more than mitigation? It's the same in China. Just want to understand why don't we focus more on adaptation And why don't we give equal focus to both of them? It's a lot of things like climate policy initiatives in the policy. My second question is that is that India aims to achieve carbon neutrality by
70.
2070. Sorry, 2070, right? I mean, China aims to achieve carbon peaking by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2060. It's a gap of 30 years. For US and European Union, the gap was much more between peaking and neutrality. Do we have any such peaking here for India? And what is the gap? And do you think we will achieve that peaking to neutrality?
So we are not done that. I'll answer the second question first. So we did not do that kind of calculation. We don't know when it's going to peak. And because we have not made firm commitments from different sectors. For example, see, we have many issues. For example, coal, about 60 or 70% of electricity is produced by coal. You cannot, and coal in a coal industry is run by poor people. In Bihar, for example, coal industry, it's all poor people. You cannot simply close down a coal mine. You cannot. There are a lot of implications, social implications. People, lakhs of people will go on without job. There will be a lot of problem, poverty, everything will come. So we are not made, so these are all on paper. And that is my knowledge, these are all on paper. So we are not done how much, so we also don't know how much our green energy is going up, which is going much faster than what we expected or what government wants. For example, moving into solar and wind, especially solar, what we promised and what we have now is much more. What we have is much more. So, but still, we are not come out with that kind of calculation that how much energy is going up and how much energy is being absorbed. Because we did not take any action of carbon capture, for example. Carbon, how much we can reduce the carbon. For example, moving into more forests, putting more greenery into the. So we are not discussing anything about. Now, what we are discussing is how much we can reduce it. So, but net zero commitment not only reduction of carbon dioxide is also absorption of carbon dioxide. Carbon capture also very important. We are not discussing. Frankly speaking, we are not discussing. We don't know what technology we want and how much money will be required for doing that technology. That's why when we go for COP meeting, we say that you give some money to us for developing technology, or at least share the technology to us. But nothing is happening. Frankly speaking, nothing is happening. So that's number. So we don't know which year we'll have a peak, but we are committed by 2070. We'll have net zero commitments. I'm not sure. The first question about adaptation. Adaptation. We are the same way. We also don't know what kind of investments are required for adaptation.
I have a question because climate change is a dear to me. How is biologists we can contribute? One thing you mentioned is carbon capture devices. What other things we can do?
So you can, so for the biologists, you can work on, for example, climate smart agriculture. It is a very important area. It can really have an very serious impact on agriculture, climate change. The duration of, as I told, the duration of rainfall will come down, and more extreme weather events will happen. Onset and withdrawal will change. So you may need crops which are short duration and also climate resilient. So this is one area. Secondly, it can have serious effect on health. Serious effect on health. So we can work on health sector to improve the efficiency of the, for example, how to treat the diseases, etc.
So a few keywords that I got from the talk was that about fossil fuels, and we have a next speaker, Dr. Balakrishne Gowda, what they are trying to do in terms of replacing fossil fuels. That topic will be there. And then agriculture, which was mentioned, and we have Prasanna, and we have many other, Sharan and many others who can contribute to what they're trying to do in agriculture to reduce agriculture waste. And then toxic gases, we have from Stream Bio, we have Sanjeevini, who with that company is doing a lot in terms of capturing carbon dioxide, capturing methane, how they can be converted to useful products, including edibles, so eatables, something that during the Dr. Naveen is going to conduct the panel session. We're going to be addressing those also. Deforestation of urban behavior, I think, is for all of us. Plant more trees and get more water, things like that. Urban behavior, I need not say anything more on that. My question to you, sir, is that how are the animals being affected?
Well, we don't know, but they are affected. We don't know how. We don't know ourselves how we are affected. So how we should be worried about animals? My point is that animals are really getting affected, but there are not very systematic studies. at least in India, to understand how animals and biosystem, basically biosystems. We talk about coral reefs and etc. We know it's a good documentation. Coral reefs are dying with warming, but we don't know about how much percent our household animals.
We'll always find a way to do something, escape something, but I think we should worry about
So again, see, there, my understanding, I'm not sure. Animals are much more smarter to adapt than human beings. So, but there is,
if you allow them.
if I allow them, but there is always a threshold. You cannot go beyond a point.
All right. So, sir, thank you so
Thank
much.
you, thank you.
I really appreciate
Thank
you
you.
coming here. And please give me a break.
So my question is, tonight you don't worry about climate change. Sleep very comfortably. Tomorrow probably we can discuss more. Thank you.
You stay for some time? Or
I will. If you don't, I guess say one more
talk?
presentation.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
It's the decision, so we're going to have a short break. Some tea, the tea is getting cold, and maybe a piece of the coffee. Piece of the coffee, because it's not like a afternoon. So look forward to the next meeting at BBC. We will decide the venue and all that. So how many companies do you host in BBC?
We do have 286 now.
286.
Yes. And this quarterly, we are rising around like 25 more.
Okay. So it's a sort of a little lake of entrepreneurs there. So let's go and swim in that lake next time around. Thank you, Adil, for coming. Thank you so much. Yeah. And Adil, you recently became member of IBioM, so thank you so much. So any others who have not become a member, here's the QR code. So please do become members. So Adil has set a very good example. And right, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. So this is the QR code for you to become a member in case you're not already a member. So it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Balakrishne Gowda, who I think was either 1 year junior or 1 year senior to me. Junior? Okay, he was 1 year junior when we were doing our masters in botany in Central College, Bangalore University. At that time, Bangalore University was the only university in Bangalore, but now it's trifurcated into 3 different universities. Bangalore University, which was in Central College, which moved to Gnanabharati. And the Bangalore University, the reason Central College is now called BCU, Bangalore City University. And then in Kolar district, they have opened another one called Bangalore North University. So we've met a few times during centenary celebrations of the Department of Botany, Central College, and many other times. And I've known him from before as someone who has done a lot of work in the area of biofuels, including his work in on medicinal plants, protection of the environment, and much more. And what is that required for alternate fuels for energy needs, at the same time keeping in mind the danger of fossil fuels and how biofuels can actually help in terms of reducing or mitigating climate disasters. So there is a very long CV. I won't go too much into it, and then I'll pass on the thing to Dr. Balakrishne Gowda to please come and talk to us what is that you think that we can do in the biofuel area that can reduce the damage that's happening because of the climate. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Jagadish. It's my pleasure to be here and to share some of my thoughts. I normally speak for at least 2 to 3 hours. Don't be afraid. I will just try to conclude within 30 minutes maximum. The reason why I say 3 hours is anything I speak, that should be spoken full, and I should not leave any gaps. My voice is little low. Okay. So when I speak, I try to clarify most of your questions. Whatever I speak with you, the same thing I speak to the last person in the society. I don't say last, the most common person, the farmer. The presentation what I brought here is the same thing which I use it to speak with the farmers and also the allied people like you. I don't discriminate here because all of us are on the same platform. Now, when I say sustainable green energy options for India, the first speaker, he gave you the situation of this globe, what will be in 2070 or 2050, or what are the targets for us. If you look at that, you find that if we don't act immediately, right now, at this moment, I'm happy that there is no air conditioner here. We have to act immediately. So that is the situation. It's not just to, I didn't bring the other presentation. It was about 6 minutes slides. I should have shown you that I got it somewhere in 2004. One of my friend gave me that. Even today, Wherever I go, that is the first presentation I give. So today I had no idea that I'm going to give a presentation, but I still carry one and use it, that's all. Before I start, let me tell you that we have to have alternative energy sources. What is this alternative energy sources? The moment we say alternative energy sources, we say electric vehicles. We're all happy that we are reducing the emissions due to the use of fossil fuels when we change over to electric vehicles. I don't approve this at all, because what you are doing with the batteries of your electric vehicles, maybe you are not polluting your city here, but you are polluting the neighboring places around Bangalore where you are going to throw all your garbage there. And similarly, we also have few issues which came to us. Biofuels, nothing new for India. And again, when we have the alternatives, many people commented on Indian biofuel program, including the US president then, George Bush. He said, in 2000, we were very, very vibrant, and we said that we are going to do something for this country, and we are going to hit the world headlines, especially in biofuels. Immediately, they said that India is going to come with a begging ball to us if at all you get into biofuels. And the second statement was also from US, one of the Nobel laureate. Naturally, when American president says, you will all agree, you don't agree with my statements. When a Nobel laureate speaks, biofuels are much more dangerous than fossil fuels. So definitely, all said and done, you go with him, not with my words. So we had to answer these questions. So we answered this question to US President saying that we are not going to use any food crops for our biofuel program. We are not going to use an inch of land for Indian biofuel program. We are not going to use a drop of water from irrigation to biofuel crops. We are not going to use an ounce of fertilizer to produce biofuel plants. So that means we could able to smother the statement of US President. Then the Nobel laureate. The Nobel laureate said, yes, biofuels are much more dangerous. Why it is dangerous? It is because the biofuel program of the globe, especially the Europe and America, are the ones which are much more dangerous because they produce their biofuels from the agriculture field using agriculture crops like maize, soybean, sunflower, safflower, or the rapeseed oil. All these things are grown in agriculture field where it is heavily irrigated, heavily fertigated. And so the Nobel laureate was right in saying that, making that statement that is not applicable to India. It was applicable only to the Europe and America and other countries which are using the agriculture land. So with that background, we drafted a policy for Karnataka government on biofuels way back in 2005-06, and it took 1 year. The early speech when Jagadish was saying about some document about biotechnology, why it is not coming out. So I went around Karnataka and gave the presentation to all the common people, the local administration, to make them understand that this program is for the good of you and not trying to snatch away your livelihood. So once they accepted, then the policy was accepted by government of Karnataka, and Subsequently, this was also adopted by Government of India. Now, if we look at the energy from where we get, you may be knowing this, but still, let me try to give you an overview. In India, we depend nearly 85% for our energy needs totally on fossil fuels. And hardly 7% from renewables, and about 8% the nuclear energy. Now, when you look at this, 85%, I and you cannot handle this last one, 8%. That 7%, yes, it has to be, or it can be done by the smallest person and also the large sector where we have the renewable fuels. I call them as replenishable fuels. It will not get exhausted. Like, for example, hydropower, wind, solar. What is interesting for me is biomass and biofuels. We have a lot of biomass being aggregated in various sectors, especially in agriculture field. And also we have the biomass which is coming out, especially the solid waste from the cities. Bangalore city, every day we generate around 6,000 tons, and nearly about 550 trucks. They carry this garbage out of city, and that need to be used for energy production. We have already set up few, our models are already there, but we need to expand that and see that all these are processed here and energy is obtained from this. Now, when you come to the utilization part of these petroleum fuel, you can see that much of we have all spent so much of energy to come here today. 51% petrol, diesel, CNG, and aviation fuel. And industry uses around 14%, and commercial establishment around 13%, and domestic LPG and kerosene, right from our house, we are using 18% of fossil fuels, and agriculture about 4%. So this is the situation of the energy utilization in India. And if you look at the consumption also, we find that we are using a lot of fossil fuels, especially coal. All our energy comes, we say electricity. So again, we get it from Jharkhand and Bihar. Our power is produced through coal. So that means your battery that is being charged is from the power that we obtain from Raichur and Ballari, where it is produced using the fossil fuels. And here I would like to, it's an old slide, doesn't matter. We know how much we spend on the oils. Hardly we have, as on today, only 90% is imported, or we pay and get it from outside. Only 10% our internal production capability. I used to speak 20 years back, we have about 30% and we import 70%. Now, latest figures say that we are at the 10% level and 90% is imported. And I was making a statement always to the people, we spend 1/3 of our annual budget of Government of India to import the fossil fuel. And 23-24, it so happened, the budget was 34.5 lakhs. My statement of 1/3 should be 11.5 lakhs. But at the end of March 31st, we had spent 16.5 lakh crore on import. We might say that I pay and get it. Government of India need not pay for it, but Government of India has to pay through dollars. So all that they earn, they have to spend there. So that is the situation. And this year, this March, we have almost come up to 20 lakh crore. So that means almost about 48 to 50% we are reaching. That means so much of money is spent on the import of the petroleum products. So this is an alarming situation both for our economy and also for our environment. And now we are utilizing this. When you look at those two slides, you got an idea that how much we are utilizing. That means at any point of time, we are going to exhaust this. Way back in 1970s, 60s, 70s, when our Indian petroleum companies like ONGC, that is Indian Oil Corporation, came, there used to be a hoarding showing a drop of petrol and say that, save the drop of oil or walk your destination 20 years from now. That is to say that in 20 years, the world fossil resources, the oil resources is going to exhaust. By 90, we came, it didn't get exhausted. We are using very happily. And again, we checked it. One of our professor from Indian Institute of Science, A.K.N. Reddy, was also a part of that program. In 96, 97, when we assessed, we got the information that another 30 years, we don't have to worry. We have sufficient stock. So we came up to 2010. So then we thought that any day it may get exhausted. And again, we made a study with the most advanced technology what we had. And the information was we have 53.3 years ahead from 2013. That means another 53 years, you are safe. Then last year, 2023, November, when the world leaders met at Dubai, at the same time, a report came again. What is the future of our fossil fuel stock? It was not going to increase. It has given a data that we have only 30 years of stock. Only 30 years of stock. You might have read in newspaper that Russia has got 200 years stock for in Siberia, and America have got in Alaska, and Venezuela has got for another 222 years. That is only for their self-utilization, not for global distribution. So that is not the figure that what we have to look. So we have only 30 years. That means 2013 to 23, within 10 years, we have used up 20 years stock. So now, as per this, another 33 years means, so we might go up to 53, 56. It may not be true. It might be much earlier also. At this point of time, when you look at the global utilization, I said Indian utilization is 85% and the global utilization is 90%, because the first speaker did say that China, Europe, and Americas, they are using a lot of fossil fuels. And their houses have to be, even per capita, maybe Indian per capita, we are coming down. But when we look at America, a smaller population using such a huge quantity of energy, that's nearly alarming. So that is where we have the issues here. And of course, the pollution is increasing, and the power stations, what we have, burning the coal is also affecting us. And what is important is the greenhouse gases and global warming. You did say about 1.5 degree increase. We are 1.1. Maybe shortly we might reach 1.5 also. And some of you might have experienced just about 1 month back, before the monsoon was active. I went to my village. My hairs have gone. I was trying to do something in my field. I could not stand for about a moment. It was so hot. It was virtually pinning my head. Then immediately I ran to a shelter near Tumkur, in Kunigal Taluk. My village is there. So in that village, I was trying to level my agriculture field and do some agriculture. So only for a few minutes, you will have that maximum temperature. This also happened in Hassan, where I was working. One day, my student who was taking some observation in the field immediately called, "Sir, it has reached 43." It's unbelievable. 43 is unbelievable. It was only for a short period of 30 seconds. 30 seconds, it shot up to 43, and again it came down. So don't be afraid that it's going to stay there for a longer time. If it had stayed for such a longer time, definitely we wouldn't have been here to have this discussion at all. It is an indication that that short moment, 15 seconds, 30 seconds, if it increases, what happens? That's what he said about Europe, and also what happened in northern India, and what happened in our own Bangalore city. Bangalore city, usually we used to say, the moment it reaches 33, 34 degrees centigrade, even though I'm not a meteorological scientist, I used to say it's going to rain today evening. Yes, it used to rain. That means the moment it crosses 32, 33, the precipitation would be there. Now, this time it was 36, 37, 38, nothing happened. Rain didn't come. So that means you really have the change that is happening here. So we need to take remedial measures. Normally, when I speak with the farmers, when I show this slide, I ask them, "Do you have fever?" They say, "No, we don't have." I had a couple of days. I asked them whether you have fever right now or not. They say no. If at all you had a fever, what you would have done? He said, "I wouldn't have come for the class." If the temperature is only 98, the training organizer would say that sit for some time, you will get the attendance, so please sit. So they would come and sit. If the temperature goes to 9900, what happens? So you will say, "I can't sit here, I will just go away." Now Jagadish asked me, "Why don't you, could you please stay till the end?" I said, "Okay." So we'll say, "Just wait for about 5 minutes." Then I will say, "Just 5 minutes, I will complete my class. Just wait for 5 minutes." So they will sit. The temperature goes to 102, 103. What happens? The moment 102, 103, he will start shouting, or he may go unconscious, or he may speak all nonsense, and he may speak even a language which is not known to him also. Why I make this statement to them, and also often I make this, is my own mother sister, she was an illiterate. She had a very, very severe fever in a village, and she started speaking English, it seems. That's what my mother told. It was the story, the incident she narrated to me. So I keep these things, anecdotes, and keep on using them whenever I need it. Then I was wondering why. So when she had a very high temperature, ultimately she died. It was in a remote village, somewhere in 1930s. So then I understood. So that means we all know that when the temperature increases, they put a wet cloth on our forehead to see that the brain is not affected. The brain gets affected. So when the brain gets affected, you are going to be very erratic, or you may die, or you may go unconscious, or we may take you to the hospital and somehow we try to rescue. If Earth is going to get this same fever, Earth is going to be get this fever, what happens? This is what the slide he mentioned. In 1857, when we got our first fossil fuel located, so from then on we started using it. During 1850s, the atmospheric carbon dioxide concentration was about 280 ppm. His graph also showed the same. I was keenly watching that. And after 150 years, we found that it got increased to 360. And then by 2013, 97, it was 360. In 2013, it came to another 30 ppm got increased. And now the calculation, 2020, what he showed was 411 or something. It was somewhere in that range. And today, it could be much more. The first presentation which I used to show was a narration of an individual writing a letter that in 2070, he writes a letter and says that how beautiful was my childhood and what has happened now, and various things about that. In that slide, it's a very good narrative. It's a narrative for water and how water depletion can do so many harmful things to the entire globe. So similarly here, in 2070, he had written a letter about what would be the future. The same thing is depicted here. When we come to 2070, if you do not manage, the same slide, what he showed there, is going to happen. So that is the reason why we need to cut down the emission of carbon dioxide at all costs. So we have various options. And he also said that the solar energy, we have outbeaten our whatever the targets that we had set for us. So we have various alternatives. What is important for me here to discuss with you here is the last two, that is the urban waste to energy and biomass and biofuels. These are only just to indicate. So this is what I said, about 53 years we are going to have the fuel, but the latest one was 2023 November. It's going to be there for only 30 years. Now, what is important for us is at this point of time, we have to have some kind of efforts from all angles for developing biofuels. Why I'm trying to impress upon biofuels? The system what we have developed in Karnataka is the biofuels are going to be a system where it's not going to create any waste. There is nothing like waste. Everything is utilized and you harness energy at various levels. So that is the kind of system what we are trying to look at. We are going to address the climate change. We need to. We had you must have heard about the Kyoto Protocol and all. We thoroughly failed in India, even though some people said that we succeeded. But fortunately, Government of India has come up with, last August, we have a Gazette notification of Government of India listing so many species of trees and various crops which have the ability to capture maximum carbon, and growing of those species by the people in the fallow lands, along the bunds and borders and the hedges, that is going to provide green credits to the farmers. Some 15 years back, we did make a survey or a study with the IARS and NRSA Hyderabad about the capacity of the individual species to capture carbon and store them. So based on those studies, Government of India and Forest Survey of India, they all sat together and finally came out with this, and now it is gazetted, and now they are working out as how the green credit has to be or will be issued to the people. If you grow a couple of trees in your house, yes, you are going to get it. So that is the kind of system. The system, it takes maybe another 1 year at least to operationalize the system there. And second one is we need to fight the higher price of the oil. We have experienced both on our economy as well as individual economies, country's economy and also individual economy. And we have also experienced the blackmailing. When we had this Ukraine, we have this Ukraine and Russia. Fortunately, we have some good relationship with Russia and we got fuel from them with rupee payment. And America said that we are going to punish you for this. And America said that we are not going to give you the spare parts for your Boeing aircrafts. Huh?
And Harley Davidson.
Then finally, nobody noticed that this really did affect us in India. Do you know one of the airlines was shut down last year? First bankruptcy and then shut down. Which one? Go Air. Go Air had 72 aircrafts which are Boeing. All aircraft companies are running under loss. They did not close down because they take loan and somehow they try to survive. But Go Air could not survive because their aircrafts could not fly. Why they could not fly? All the 72 aircrafts had a faulty engine and they did not get the sufficient spare parts on time and they had to shut down. But this did not, or this was not noticed by many people. If you had read the news item, Go Air at 72 aircrafts which are Boeing. See, the effect of blackmailing made one of our aircraft carriers to shut down. So we have to be very, very serious about these things.
They did open a Boeing plant now.
Now we have a relationship. They are doing it. See, actually 10 years back itself, Boeing had come. So again, they went back. And we were also a part when we worked with UNFCCC and also World Agroforestry Center in Kenya. So we had tied up Boeing to come to India and do something. They were also supposed to help us for biofuel programs also. Anyway, in spite of these things, we need to have the development. When we made the policy for our country, again, World Bank said that you need to spend more money on your cities. Way back in 2000, they said that you spend 40,000 crores on Bangalore city next 10 years because so many people are going to come to Bangalore for work, leaving agriculture. So you build roads, build houses, build hospitals, build schools, and various other infrastructure. Then we said, you spend 40,000 crores in other places, the smaller towns. When pandemic came, all our people worked from their home. That is because we had that network, the telecommunication network. So there was no reason to come here. Sorry if I make some comments here on the IT, as if IT cannot happen on the western side of Bangalore city or northern side of Bangalore city or southern side of Bangalore city, only on the eastern side. So you made a heavy investment here. And today I took 2 hours to come to this place from my place. On the way near Kengalan KH Road, the taxi said that my radiator is leaking, you take a different taxi. Then again, I had to abandon him and take Another taxi had come. Fortunately, I was here by 3:50 because he had said 4 o'clock. I was here at 3:50. The reason being, we are unnecessarily putting pressure on the Bangalore city or any city for that matter, and not proper development. And again, all these things are going to be a heavy investment on your energy sector. So it's here that the technology should go to the rural places and where you can make people to live there and work, and you don't have to build all these four-story roads or the metro. All these things are not necessary. Even today, just yesterday, or a couple of days back, the Deputy Chief Minister said that Bangalore is going to be divided into 5 and many things. He did make statement. So the metro is going to reach Ramnagar and then Tumkur, all these things. Yeah, all this is fine. But what I'm trying to tell you is we are putting more pressure on the energy, which is causing a lot of harm for this city as well as the state in the country. So here we need to build the rural areas where the energy can be produced. So here I'm going to speak about the energy what we are going to use. The energy what we are going to use is an inexhaustible, replenishable or renewable. I use the word replenishable because if you take water, every year rain comes and your hydroelectric, the reservoirs will, if not full, at least there will be certain amount of water, you keep on getting energy. And you get the solar energy, even though if there is cloudy days, yes, the next day there will be a warmer day, sunny day, yes, you will get it. It's not going to kill you. It's going to provide you energy. So we have to have those energy. In addition to that, we need to reduce the carbon that is being emitted. So that is where we need to work. So that is where we have the clean energy which will not damage the earth. What is this clean energy? And we have the energy. We will answer those questions. We have several types of energy. Always we think of alternative means if I don't have this fossil energy, I'll go to battery. No, that is not the one. You will have to have a cafeteria of energy sources. If I don't come here, someone else will come here and give the speech. So you need not have to close your program here just because a person who was supposed to speak here has not turned up. So that means we need to have so many alternatives. That is what we have looked at. And most natural resources that we have, fortunately for tropics, especially for India, we have all the resources on your table. This is not accepted or people don't like this. If you walk along this road, you have so many resources which you did not intend to produce energy. They produce energy for you if you use it. That is the kind of situation what we have. And you can produce energy in the smallest scale also. And you don't have to run to a refinery in Bangalore or in Chennai or in Cochin or in Mumbai, some other place. So you have that option. And you also have the opportunity to reduce the unnecessary transport costs or the logistics. Now you said that you have several participants, they're all online. So instead of coming here, they are there, they are listening. So you have the option of reducing the logistic cost also. That is where we reduce the energy utilization. So here what we say that biofuels which are produced from plants, till now I did not say from where these biofuels are coming. Now I will start telling. So it is obtained from the plants or the trees which produce the oil seeds which are not edible, which are non-edible. If it is edible, you have a conflict between your food and fuel. So only non-edible oil seeds are being used here. So when you look at why the the biofuels are cleaner, when you look at the petroleum fuel, it comes to a petrol bunk, you burn it, and goes to the atmosphere, and it has to go back from where it came. So it doesn't have a option to go back to its original place. If you take the fuel coming from the plants, that is also fuel. Not that biofuels are not going to emit carbon dioxide, that will also emit carbon dioxide. What I give from this hand, I will take it back. So the tree which produces the seeds, get the oil, produce biofuel, use it, burn it, that will also emit carbon dioxide. And again, the same tree will trap this carbon dioxide. So we have a wonderful system of harnessing this carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. All the trees, especially most of our annual crops, especially the paddy, the paddy yield is much more wherever the carbon concentration is high. You must have seen in the valleys, carbon is a heavy element, carbon dioxide. It's quite heavy, it sits. So you find that in the valleys, the yield of paddy is quite high. Photosynthetically, paddy is inefficient. Yeah? Yeah, quickly. So there, in that way, you find that these crops are going to trap carbon dioxide quite efficiently. So in that way, we can use these crops also. And now we have the biofuels which are coming from various sources. That is, I did say that it is from the non-edible oil seeds, animal fat, then fish oil, or West Coast from Udupi and Mangalore. Every year we produce about 1 lakh tons of fish oil, which we can use it. And then algae also. And ethanol, when you look at this picture, you will contradict me. You said that you're not going to use any of the food crops. But what I have shown is all these crops. Jagadish is from Kolar. From his place, today tomato is something around 50 rupees. In another week or 10 days, it's going to collapse to 20 rupees or 10 rupees. And ultimately, farmers will throw tomato along the roadside. So please don't throw the tomato, give it to us. We utilize it for producing ethanol. If you go to Uttar Kannada, we have now pineapple is coming in a big way to Bangalore city, and all that is wasted, yes, you can use it. Anything that is wasted. So the picture is only the ones which are neatly photographed, but all the rotten things, please give it to us. We produce energy. And biogas, this is the most important thing. If some of you are interested in this, we have the opportunity to set up biogas plants in Bangalore city or in the industrial towns where the energy could be sold to the industries utilizing this resource, urban waste, and it can be sent as a piped gas to the industries. And that is what is the objective that we have. And we are coming in a big way. Karnataka government is working on a model. Probably in another 1 or 2 months, they will come out. And most of our industrial areas here, there we can have the biogas, compressed biogas units. Instead of compressed biogas units, what I suggested was directly pipe the gas and send it to the industry. If you are sending it to the individuals, to the household, yes, you will have to compress and put it in the cylinder and sell it. If you give it under a pipeline, so it's going to be less expensive. That's what we have suggested. And we have all these species. We have nearly about 400 species of plants which yield oil between 20 and 70%, which are naturally growing. I have just shown this only for indication purpose. What is important for me is you just look at the fruiting season. The third column, you will see that if you grow only about 4 or 5 different species, they're all well suited to all conditions except neem, where neem will not grow well in more water or heavy rainfall area. So otherwise, almost all species you can grow. Then if you grow about 5 species, you will see that all through the year you keep on getting the resources, and from there you can produce the energy. And we also have a system, the agroforestry system, various models. And I have established a biofuel park near Hassan. He has visited that. And we have shown all these species growing there very happily, and they are yielding, and they are not coming in the way of agriculture. I was there for 10 years. And along with this, I also grew all agriculture crops, not even a single year. My land area, which was given to us, was a rain shadow area where the rains, if I stand here and keep watching through the window, the rain would just move away. It doesn't fall on my ground there. So I had built a small pond, collecting water, rainwater, whatever it comes, and use that for protective irrigation. Not even a single year I failed in my crops. And I used only, not chemical fertilizers, only the byproducts of the biofuel program. We have the oil cake, which is a very, very good manure. And we also have developed various interventions for the farmers so that we can provide employment to them, and they can produce biogas and use it in their kitchen. Government of India has given in Ujjwala Yojana the LPG cylinders. I said that this is not going to help. Tell me one person, any person here who doesn't have a skin problem here. At least one small problem you will have. That is mainly because of, especially women, when you work in a kitchen, LPG is going to affect us. You may think that you don't have the smoke, your lungs are safe. No, your lungs are also not safe. Even the skin is also not safe. And we also developed some of the small machines for the farming community where they can value add to the feedstock, that is the oil seeds, and they can use the oil cake, the major byproduct for the agriculture, where the agriculture productivity will increase, and you produce the oil which can be used for producing the fuel in your, you can produce in your house, you can produce in your village, you can produce in the cluster of villages, that is the panchayats or the hobli or at the taluk level, so that the energy is produced in a decentralized way and it need not have to come from far off places. So this is the kind of system what we developed, and ultimately now from 2027, you are not going to fly any aircraft out of India without green fuel. If somebody would like to come to India, they have to fly their aircraft with green fuel. And if you go there, make sure that they are going to give you green fuel to come back. Otherwise, they will send you through sea or some other place. No flights will be there. So this is the agreement, and we are going to sign next year. And India is already at it. And in Karnataka, one of the companies, oil marketing company, is going to produce Bio-ATF, aviation turbine fuel, from this oil seeds. And from Chennai, Bharat Petroleum is going to do, and from Indian Oil is doing it in Mumbai. So HP in Kerala. So we are going to have the Bio-ATF, which is a green fuel to fly your aircrafts at 20% level from 2027 onwards. So these are the things that are required, and what I would say is the biogas and the bioenergy can be produced locally, the simplest of the technology and least intervention of any other problems like the pollution or waste. All these things are not going to be there. You can ask me any question, any number of questions after this talk, or through my email or the telephone also, but I will not receive your telephone because your number is not recorded with me. So you can put a message, I will answer your queries. So thank you for listening to me, and I'll be happy to answer all of them.
Thank you so much. It's a pity we had to rush through this talk because it's again, like the other talk, it's such an important one. sustenance. So I think we should make more arrangements for longer talks from him. And then hopefully we'll get another opportunity. But I think what's important is the previous talk as well as this talk open up a lot of opportunities for entrepreneurs to really look into areas where they can really take up, initiate, and become a successful entrepreneur. So we have time for one question because we still have two more talks. Yeah, add on. Speak loudly, please.
Yeah. ಇದು work ಆಗಲ್ಲ.
Use of vegetable oil.
Yeah.
We use vegetable oil. There are some groups working on this. What's your views of that?
See, collection of vegetable oil, what they are doing is used vegetable oil. That is from the hotels and other places. You are not supposed to use this oil after one or two uses. So it will be toxic. So FSSAI has made a condition that this oil has to be disposed, and it has to be disposed to a specific agency, because normally this oil used to be again recycled to other vendors. So now FSSAI has made it mandate that you have to sell it to this X person, and this person will officially dispose it through the biofuel or whatever the way that is going to be utilized. So that is what they are using. That is the vegetable oil which is already being used, which is going to the sinks and drains of your houses or recycling. That should not happen. Yes.
Thank you. We will invite him again for a more elaborate session, even a roundtable discussion. As that's when I think we'll have more ideas coming up. Okay, thank you so much, Sir Dr. Balakrishne Gowda. Thank you so much. So the next talk is by Dr. Prasanna Bhat. He's a deployment systems lead in plant breeding R&D in Bayer Crop Sciences, Bengaluru. We were there about a few months ago, and they really hosted us for a wonderful interactive meeting, again, agriculture and much more. So Prasanna, he's my friend and colleague from Monsanto days when I was there with him. He's an experienced data science leader focused on providing data-driven solutions and decisions. He's developed data products to enable research and development decisions by managing large teams and projects. Completed 15 years in Monsanto Bayer and currently working as a deployment systems lead in breeding R&D. Thank you, Prasanna. Please come.
Thank you. Thanks, Jag, for the invitation. Jag was the person who hired me, okay? Some of you may know, some of you may not know. So it was a wonderful journey. Thanks for, inviting me here. It's a pleasure to, talk about the work, what we do. And it's a journey, right? We also learn as we do the R&D. At Bayer, the mission is health for all and hunger for none, right? So climate plays important role. Both the speakers have done wonderful job in terms of why this is so important, and also agriculture is contributing to this climate change, right? So that means we need to be more responsible. We need to take proper measures so that the impact on that is slowed down or delayed. And as a responsible company, we have a lot of emphasis on how we should design our products, how we should inculcate some of these elements into our breeding programs, so that the products that we sell, right, it will have minimal impact, and it can delay the change process, or it can contribute to maybe carbon fixation, or it can also minimize use of some of intensive resources for agriculture. Okay, what I will do in the next 15-20 minutes or so, not spend much time on repeating what is already told. Extreme weather, of course, it threatens crops. When Jag interacted me about this program couple of weeks ago, I was in Chandigarh area. Yeah, I was just coming out of the airport, and temperature was 40 plus. Yeah, I was not able to respond because my phone was not working. Yeah, that is the severity. A lot of my colleagues are complaining that they are not able to record data from the field because the temperature is so high. It's 44. Our iPhone systems doesn't work optimally during that high temperature. You can imagine, it can create havoc to humans. It can create havoc to our plants also. So that means it is extremely important to monitor how things are changing, and we need to evaluate the system it is not only about just survival of those plants, right? Like they need to optimally grow. They need to, like yield optimally. Otherwise, all our farmers, like who consume our products, they will, like incur huge losses. Yeah, they will not be sustainable, and ultimately, we will not have sufficient food for eating. Right? You might have experienced, like escalation in terms of the groceries that monthly bill that you see. It's going to double. It's going to triple. Right? It's going to make it worse. Yeah. Maybe there may be many reasons, but what we can clearly tell is the change in the climate is one factor, like it is impacting everybody. Yeah. And our customers, that, farmers, they are like, like society that needs a lot of support from, the research, the industries, the government, and things like that. Right. Okay. All right. So agriculture is contributing to climate change, like all of us will accept that. That means, we need to be more responsible. We need to, like see how we can, like change few things so that, the impact is not so high. Yeah. All right. So it is important that, every one of us should think about climate smart innovations. Yeah. That's why, like, like all of you are here. And like, companies like ours have been thinking about, these innovations in multiple ways. Yeah, it's not just about breeding. Today I'm going to focus a little bit on breeding, but we have mechanisms like, digital ways to, like communicate, provide those advisories to farmers so that, they can optimally grow those, like crops and, like produce enough material. Yeah. Farmers are deeply invested in slowing climate change. Like we need to educate them. That means, a lot of effort should go on how they can minimize, certain input, maybe, like how they can store their produce optimally. Like they can minimize losses there, and maybe use some of the byproducts, as like sir mentioned, that like maybe for ethanol purpose, or like for biofuel purpose and things like that. All right, let's move on. So in humanity, the fight against change, agriculture is one of the best solutions. Yeah, it can offer solutions. Like climate smart innovations can help transform every farm into a solution. Yeah, think big. Yeah, how, if you can bring some solutions at every farmer level, there are millions of farmers available in India, right? So if each one of them contribute in terms of, that innovating, so that, like they are contributing to that climate change, the impact will be quite big. Yeah, think like that. Yeah. Innovation on the farm can help reduce and reverse carbon emissions everywhere. Yeah, so it is, like proved in multiple occasions. Multiple examples are there that they can reduce and reverse carbon emissions. And like plants are the best way to fix some of these carbons, right? And we do have programs like, that carbon credits and things like that. The startups can think about, what is that they can do, how they can play. Maybe it is at the policy level, or maybe it is at the, like niche area, that, how they can contribute to that carbon credit systems. If we don't do anything, if we don't intervene and, like let it go just like this, it will threaten crops. It will, like basically threaten the entire food ecosystem, and it will make it more worse. Yeah, like, for everybody. All right. It is important mission for us, health for all and hunger for none. So climate plays a major role for us. Like, we are very, very cognizant, and, it is important that every employee of Bayer think about how the farmer can be more sustainable, what innovations we can bring, so that, like they can, we can bring innovative solutions, so that, like there is more sustainability at the end, and, like farmers are more profitable. They can, earn money from their operations, and also, like, continue that profession for long. Like, like you can see a lot of people are leaving farming, right? Yeah, I mean, that's a threat. Like a lot of urbanization. I think Jagadish and also sir mentioned that a lot of people are moving to urban, and, there are not many people left in the villages to take care of these agriculture systems, right? So what can we do? How can we offer them, the profitable scenario, so that, they stick to that agriculture and then produce these crops, and, like we have sufficient food, like for all of us. Yeah. All right, let's move on. Some proof points that, like from the context of climate change, what are we doing? Yeah. There are many things. I will not talk everything. I just spoke about that digital platforms. Like it is extremely important for farmer to know when it's going to rain, when, like what days will be very windy. Yeah, they take a lot of sprays, right? If it is windy, that will not be very effective, right? So a lot of chemicals will go waste, and these chemicals can reach water bodies, and then it can again pollute water levels, and like it will contribute to like some of these climate effects. Yeah, we can provide those services to them. There are many players, like the startups can think of how can you provide more accurate like forecasts to the farmers. Yeah, I mean, government is doing its best. There are many companies who are providing these like forecast mechanisms, so that they know when it is going to rain, and what like what will be the maximum temperature, what will be the minimum temperature. They can use this information to see when to like maybe take up the spraying, or like when they should do, like in case if they are doing any pollination work, when they should do, or if they are doing specific like agriculture operations, what is the weather impact on that. Yeah, accordingly they can take the decisions. It's mainly for the decision purpose. And then I'll talk a little bit more about this innovations in rice. Yeah, we have mechanisms that the main purpose of visiting to the Chandigarh was to look around that the rice farmers fields. A lot of them are changing to direct seeded rice from the transplanting rice. Yeah, I'll talk a little bit more about that. Some of these are eminent, that the system of rice cultivation is going to change. Yeah, climate is playing a big role there, and maybe it is for good, because it has a lot of advantages that I will talk in a bit. Carbon initiative, like we do have carbon initiative that we incentivize farmers for like fixing those carbons, CO2, and then they make some profit from that. Yeah, like it is thought as a good business model. Let us see how that will go. Yeah, how that will go and how that will grow. All right. Last thing that I will talk today about is short stature corn. We call it a smart corn because like there are, in addition to the plant height, there are few other advantages to this short corn. All right, let's take few examples. I'll not repeat, some of these things are already covered. I have put little bit longer time frame. It is 2081 to like 2100, like for the people out there. And then like it's going to become more hot. Our like maximum temperature is going to go up. Minimum temperature may come down, or minimum temperature may go up also. Yeah, and then how many of you are using AC every day? Maybe like maybe summer, during summer. A lot of you. Yeah, I mean, I was against it, but like 2 years back I purchased AC because it was not possible to live. I live in that Yelahanka area. Okay, so maybe people who are living in Jayanagar, maybe GKVK side, maybe AC may not be required, but it is like impacting. Yeah, like the temperatures are like we are not able to work optimally, like sir said, like extreme fever conditions. Think of thousands of people sitting in one office and working, right? We will not be able to work efficiently without AC. Yeah, and thereby we are contributing to that greenhouse gas emissions, and like the increased temperature there. Think of the field scenarios where like temperature impacting pollination, temperature impacting those like fertilization. Yeah, temperature impacting that maturity, ripening levels, and then like making it worse for the farmers. Yeah, like it's a very scary situation. We will not be able to put that entire corn or rice field in AC, right? Not possible. Maybe for vegetables, we can grow like some of that vegetables in controlled atmosphere conditions, but it's not possible to do that like entire spectrum in the row crops scenario. Okay, let's move on. There are some key areas that we should focus on in designing the climate resilient products. That basically we should look for those germplasms which can tolerate that climate variability. Yeah, extreme like resistance to maybe drought, resistant to pests and diseases, and then basically shifted precipitations. We have seen that farmers will take up sowing immediately once they receive sufficient rain, but then we have seen that rain stop or gap will be there for a duration of month or so. It impacts the growth and development of that plant, and ultimately it will impact the yield of that plant. We have seen extreme heat conditions. Like some of the hybrids are facing problem because like temperature is very high. Like basically those hybrids are released for high temperature, but during that time the context was like okay, it will be 40, 41, but we have seen, like Delhi area recording close to 50, right? I think it was 50 plus this time. So you can see that, some of these hybrids will fail. Yeah, they may not be able to yield optimally. Yeah. And then, like extreme drought conditions, like, we have encountered new pests. Yeah. We have encountered new diseases, and then we have encountered these invasive weeds. Yeah. These are all happening. And then we need to be cognizant of, like how it is changing around us. And then what can we do to control some of these things and come out with solutions. Standability, like, like sudden downpour, like we have seen that in cities like Mumbai. Currently it is happening in my hometown, that is Kumta. Our farm is like, stagnating with 3-4 feet of water. Yeah. We are hoping that all those arecanut plants will survive. Maybe, like they will survive. But think of those paddies, if they are submerged for a month. We don't have that many, like some of the varieties or hybrids grown there, it cannot withstand like months of stagnation, right? Like with the sub one, it can survive maybe for 10 days, it can survive maybe for 12 days, but if it is continuously for a month, all of them will die. Climate extremes in terms of, like very erratic, yeah, like distribution. See, last year we faced a lot of challenges in corn in, like Davangere, Ranebennur, Chitradurga area. Severe drought. Yeah, like, none of the plants yielded optimally, and then, like farmers were very angry. Yeah, because they are not able to, get their daily, like livelihood, because, like they have invested heavily in the input and also agriculture operations, but ultimately they were not able to harvest the crop. Yeah. Biotic stresses, yeah, a lot of, like diseases and, like new, like pathogens, like attacking these plants. And then sustainability aspects, right? Like it will create some imbalance in terms of water availability, nutrient availability, and then think of that root system, yeah, architecture. There is impact on that, like below ground portion also. When there is impact on that, like heavy, like solar radiations and things like that, it can shoot up the temperature, and, like root system may collapse. Yeah. And then crop respiration and evapotranspiration and things like that. From this context, we need to think of that alternative cropping systems. It's, like if it is corn, rice, like, vegetables, what other systems they can think of. And then, like maybe double cropping, like they may not be able to sustain just with one crop. Then what is the next crop that they can grow? And then cover crop, right? Like, to make it more, nutritious for the next crop. It is for those of the people who are in the imaging technologies or thinking of, like a drone as a service, or like, some of the spraying as a service. These are the new business models that are coming. And then I think there is a good business case that, like startups can play important role in terms of, how can we phenotype the hidden portion in the soil, right? How big they are, or like, how strong they are under these extreme temperature conditions. It's not easy. For my PhD, I have done the root phenotyping. It's not easy, right? It is very, very tough. Yeah, I mean, I've done it in pots, but then also it's not very easy. Think of the real field scenario. How can you phenotype that plant? Yeah, there are some imaging technologies available. They can pass from, irradiate, or like, they can pass some rays, and then, like image and then analyze. That means, lot more high-end technology is required to get that necessary information for the research and development purpose. It has to be non-destructive, and then, like it has to be high throughput. Like we need to able to screen them very fast, and then, like it has to be at a large scale. Yeah, like we should be able to phenotype in the field level, and then it has to be really big. We need to select basically, and then develop and deploy those climate resilient, maybe, root systems which can tolerate that extreme weather conditions. And also, like think about like that carbon emissions captured with improved crop roots. Yeah, like, we can think of, for the same amount of field, can it fix more carbon? For the same amount of, like crop load, can it fix more carbon? Yeah. And functional root phenotyping, and, like some of the smart product designs, like think of, you can think of imaging technologies. You can think of, like machineries which can, like take images, maybe, like satellite image, most of the government and, big companies can take. But can we use the drone system to take image? Yeah, think like that. Maybe possible. We have seen, like some success in doing drone imaging. Can startups think of that as an opportunity and build a business case from that? Yeah, that is something that I'm proposing. All right. Okay, so let me talk a little bit on the rice part. Yeah, okay. It's important crop. So maybe, like what I will directly go is, at this point in time, majority of the rice grown is TPR, yeah, that is transplanted rice. So what we are proposing is DSR, that is direct seeded rice mechanism. That means, like they will not be raising that nurseries. They will be directly, sowing the seeds on the ground. That means there is opportunity to use that seed drills. That is, like seed drills are available, but they are not very optimal at this point in time. So that means, a lot of mechanization and then improvements required in that space. And these are available in Western countries, but they are very expensive. Our farmers may not be able to afford it. So that means it is an opportunity for the startups to improve some of these seed drills which are available, improve those, like the things that are required for DSR system in terms of, weed pressure is quite high in this system. So in this scenario, what can they do to, like control those weeds? Chemicals are there, but what additional things can you bring so that, it becomes more profitable for farmers? Okay, let me quickly cover up. I'll skip this one. I'll quickly cover up this smart corn system, or like, basically it is short corn. We are calling it a smart corn because it has a lot more advantages to offer. Normal corn grows almost like, 9, 10, 11 feet, like, and so on. Yeah? The short corn, we are calling it as 7 feet or so. It offers, lodging tolerance, like, it can withstand high winds. Because of extreme weather conditions, these plants, they just fall. Yeah? Once they fall, farmer may not lose entirely in terms of, that crops. Yeah? Still, it is possible to harvest, but they have to harvest manually. Yeah? That means it is quite labor intensive. We can offer that short corn as an offer, like in terms of product to the farmer or service to the farmer. It can be harvested through machines. Yeah, like, they will be of uniform height, and then it is very easy to harvest them through the machines. So then, be in terms of, you think of DSR or short corn, machines are very, very important, and they need to be quite efficient in terms of, the fuel consumption, or like we have seen machines coming all the way from North India to South, the harvesters, transplanters, so many things, right? Like, they are also following that Uber mechanism, right? Like, somebody can rent them for a few days, and then, they can harvest, and, they can come to that village and harvest. These are big opportunities, like, for the startups, that they can think they can make it more like Ola. Yeah, Ola is for like maybe for cars, but similarly, can we make that harvesters, combiners similar to the Ola? They can aggregate, and then, they can put it on the platform, and then, whoever wants it, they can rent it whenever they want. Yeah? And the short corn basically, like contribute to improved yield, because we can put more number of plants per unit area, and thereby, like it can, like produce more. I think I'll stop here. And like there are plenty of opportunities. We have a lot of initiatives where we do, like collaborate with academia, and then, other industries, and also startups. So if any of you are interested, like you can go to bayer.com and, like look for opportunities there, or like, feel free to, like reach out to us so that we can connect you with the right person there. We do consider that open source innovation is one of very strong mechanism to bring, so that, like you can build products and services and offer it to farmers. Yeah. Thanks, everybody. All right.
So Bayer is offering a lot of opportunities. They have this thing called Life Hub. Life Hub, where people can just come in and then talk to each other for open source innovation. So that's something that we should take advantage of. I know Alvin, I've already put Alvin in touch with him, and other people can get in touch with Bayer. Bayer is very, very open. Although they are a multinational company, but they are into India in a very, very big way. So one question maybe to Prasanna, anyone? Okay, I think we have covered a lot of things.
Yeah.
I think you've given fantastic ideas for people to pick up and then.
Yeah.
Okay, and they can do in collaboration with you through LifeHub or in some of them. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right.
We are running nearly 30 to 40 minutes late, but I will make up. I think it's been worthwhile sitting through the series of thoughts because of the effect that we're having due to climate change. Now invite Naveen. Naveen, the next year. So there is a short panel discussion, but fortunately we have identified people who can speak a little bit more about how they are addressing in their own companies, their own institutions, on some of the factors that affecting climate by first speaker, Dr. Madhavan Nair, as well as second speaker, Dr. Balakrishne, plus a few ideas that Prasanna has. So thank you so much. Give Prasanna another big hand, please.
Brilliant. Thank you. The mic good. Dr. Purushottam, please come. And I will introduce you and the rest of them once they're here. And Dr. Suhas Nimbalkar and Miss Sanjeevini March. Okay, while they're assembling, I'll just give a brief introduction about all of them. Sanjeevini Marcha works in the office of the CEO of String Bio, where she manages business operations, and she's graduated from IIT Roorkee with a BTech in bioengineering. And Sanjeevini has worked in, or rather, she's founded GEM IIT Roorkee, right? Chapter to encourage bio-entrepreneurship. So she's definitely a relevant panelist for today. And then we have Dr. Suhas Nimbalkar. He's, I think you may have heard of him earlier. I've heard him earlier. He's spoken on various issues, especially he's a biodiversity expert. But what some of you may not know is he's a PhD from NCL Pune, and he's done his bachelor's and master's in agriculture from US, Dharwad, and Bangalore. And of course, he's worked on various different aspects. One of the things is he's also advisor on policies, and he's on expert committee on access and benefit sharing for the Karnataka State Biodiversity Board. Apart from that, with his own background of agriculture and policy, we hope to hear from him on what are the opportunities on bio-entrepreneurship. And lastly, Dr. Purushottam, again, I think he's one of our own IBioM patron, and he is founder and chief scientist of Rajeevan, Agro Research and Development Private Limited, Bangalore. He is a co-inventor of 3 anti-cancer clinical drug candidates. And of course, we'd love to hear from you. What are the bio-entrepreneurship, especially from a climate point of view, that you can bring in? I'm assuming that's more from Rajeevan, and he has another venture as well, MetaJeevan, right? And it's a separate entity, I believe, right? So yeah, he's been doing a lot of exciting stuff. You also seem quite active in the IBioM group as well. So welcome all of you. What I'd like to do in this panel discussion is, of course, I think we all know that we are between you and dinner, and we'll try to wrap it up as soon as possible. So the way I'd like to uh, organize this is we can give introduction about our own organizations, and more so from a perspective of how we are relevant from a climate point of view. And then I think one of the things that we have seen since the beginning of this session today is a lot of top level discussions or top level information that was quite nicely put by the experts today. But ultimately, we are all IBioM community, which is we are lab rats. Okay, so we need to hear a little more from what we can do from, from our own labs, and what are the opportunities that we can talk about. So that would be quite relevant. We can little bit base upon that. And I will ask one more question. If time permits, then I'll have third questions. So each one of you can individually ask, and then I'll leave it to the audience to ask one or two questions that can be of help. Can I get the PPT presentation? So I'm taking the creative liberty because I'm the moderator. I'll start with Naveen first. While the presentation is being loaded, just to give a quick background about my own organization, it's Quantumzyme. Quantumzyme is the name quantum, and Zyme is using quantum mechanics for enzymes. So we are in the business of developing and engineering enzymes to replace the chemical reactions as biocatalysts. So in a way, we are also relevant from a climate point of view. And that's something that I did not think about. But a few months back, a couple of climate tech ventures approached me and said, hey, I think you're relevant because we are contributing positively to the environment by replacing the chemical, inorganic metal catalysts with biocatalysts, that is enzymes. And hence we become relevant because it's positive for the environment. What I heard recently also that by 2025, a lot of our large steel manufacturers, we saw all of those adverts in IPL and Kabaddi, Jindal Steel and Vedanta and all of that. Europe is becoming very strict about the ESG and especially climate and carbon capture, and that's a little bit of a mystery to me. I hope one of our panelists, maybe Suhas, can explain that to our audience, the carbon credit system and all of that. And recently, can you just load the presentation? My presentation. So recently, I met with a company that provides these catalysts to many of these mining and sugar and so on. And they wanted to look at carbon capture technologies. So apparently they invested a lot and bought a technology from one of the IITs. I think they put in more than 5-6 crores. And then they realized that that does not really fit well with the requirement of the carbon credit system, that it does not still meet. And they're working with a lot of mining companies and they hope to make a big killing out of that, which unfortunately did not happen. And they asked me if there is something that we can do. That's what sort of put me thinking as to what we can do. You have the presentation? So I'll not take a lot of time. Quickly, I think briefly, Dr. Nair sort of touched upon it. There is an enzyme called carbonic anhydrase, which all of us have. It is in our lungs. It converts carbon dioxide to bicarbonates. And that's there in bacteria, that's there in plants, and all of it. I'll just give you a quick 1 or 2 slide introduction about that as a potential bio-entrepreneurship opportunity. And what we do as an enzyme engineering company, we could probably enhance its activity, make it available, and then explore opportunities as to how we can apply it. You got the presentation? No. To whom? Yeah. What's happening? Okay, while they are loading it, which is it? Yeah. Can you make it full screen? So coming to this, carbonic anhydrase. This is a zinc-dependent metalloenzyme which catalyzes the reversible hydration of carbon dioxide and bicarbonate. So essentially, carbon dioxide and water. That's what it forms, and it is reversible, and it forms bicarbonate. We have the mechanism. Again, I'll not go into details. I'm just throwing it up for you that what is possible. Yeah. So this is the brief mechanism of how it works with carbon, water and OH, and then forms a bicarbonate, and also reversible in terms of forming again carbon dioxide and water. So in terms of application, there are various applications. Many of this has already been touched upon, and it is already being explored in terms of fuels, developing synthetic fuels and certain aggregates that can be built and so on. So with this, I'll not go into more details, but I'll probably let my fellow panelists to take on from here. This is just one idea. Probably Alden can produce some pilot scale of this enzyme, and then we can test it and we can take it forward and so on. So that's an opportunity for people who want to look at it. Finally, also about how we can make it commercially relevant and available. That's another thought. So we can start with that as one of the opportunities. So probably Purushottam, you can start about introduction of your own organization.
Good evening, everybody. As mentioned, I'm Purushottam, and our first initiative, first startup is a crop-driven agro research and development, very relevant to the climate change or climate adverse effects of pesticides, fertilizers, and this one. So basically, what we do, we focus into the crop-driven agro research and development private limited is that. I'll make it very simple. Those who are not from the agriculture background, those who are not from pest management, those who are not heard of integrated pest management, integrated nutrition management, I'll make it very simple. When you have the tomato crop in the field, the farmer has a tomato crop in the field. What does the farmer do when there is insects which are pests? Okay. There are insects onto the tomato plant and in a tomato farm. What will you do? The classical method that everybody of you, those who are either farmer from agri, non-agri background, know that the farmer will spray on completely onto the tomato plant, and it will be also the insecticide will also be sprayed onto the tomato. Is it correct? You got it up to this one? See, tomato is an edible part. The target of the pesticide or insecticide, to be precise, is not the tomato. We don't want to spray the edible part of the plant with the insecticide and then eat it after a few days. Am I right? But there is no other option. And this is, certainly this is not, this is directly we are consuming. See, there are the factors which you directly consume, which you are indirectly affect. But this is, we are the probably, I will tell you, the most beautiful looking vegetables into the supermarket. Maybe yesterday somebody has sprayed an insecticide onto that. So we try, when we wanted to start, I wanted to particularly when move on to the agriculture and start something. So this is the theme that we try to address it. Is there any other method where without spraying the insecticide or a pesticide onto the edible part into the open environment can we control? And then we came up with the concept of a pheromones, popularizing the concept of a pheromone traps and lures, or using the semiochemicals for the control of the insects. How it is used? One classical method, there are 3 applications of the pheromones. The one classical method that we are trying to popularize, or I will explain all 3 of you. The pheromones are kept into the one trap. Okay, the female and the male, for their mating, female releases the pheromone into the nanogram quantity and it attracts the male species for the mating purpose, and then the fertilization, mating happens, then fertilization happens, then egg laying, and then the next one. What we are trying to identify, or we are trying to synthesize, we are trying to formulate the pheromones and put them into the one container that is called a trap, and that female sex pheromone, which is synthetic, is attracting the males. This is the way to monitor the pest. So farmer has in a way to know there is a pest infestation. Another application, this is a monitoring. So farmer has not spread anything onto the crops, but still he is catching the insects. So now farmer is not spraying onto the insect, but insects are coming and getting trapped. So the second application, if this is done on a mass scale, then we can do the mass trapping of the insects, and then we can save our crops without spraying them. This is where basically the Cropzyme is working. The third is a matting disruption. This is a wonderful application again of the pheromones, where a pheromone is applied into the fields. This is a wonderful. Please try to understand. I'll try to explain in very short.
Purushottam, I think they understand. All of us are from bio background. We know the concept of pheromones.
Okay.
What we want to know is your product and relevance to climate.
Okay. Now I'm coming back to that one. See, the product that the pheromones is impregnated into, this is avoiding the use of insecticides, and that is how it is very relevant to the climate change. We are trying to avoid the use of the insecticides.
Thank you. Sanjeevini, please. There is one more. Yeah, we can. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. So I'm from String Bio. So today I think we all discussed a lot about climate change, a lot of focus on agriculture as well. And I think String Bio is somewhere between both of them at the moment. So when we talked about climate change and the 2050 target that we have, the scenario that we discussed, that we have to curb the temperature of the earth to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Among the greenhouse gases, CO2 is very popularly talked about, right? But another hidden, a very potent greenhouse gas right now that we have is methane. And when climate scientists do the scenario analysis, that what is the most safe scenario that we need to work towards, methane reduction becomes a very important path, a very important path for us to be able to reach that target. Why is that? Because the warming potential of methane gas is 86 times more than a CO2 gas in a 20-year time period. So the radiation that gets trapped in the earth, a bigger hidden potent gas for us right now becomes methane. And that's where string bio comes in. We have a fermentation technology that can do gaseous fermentation. So we utilize the greenhouse gases, and through that fermentation technology, we are able to produce ingredients, clean, sustainable ingredients for markets like animal nutrition, human nutrition, and agriculture. And a couple of key products in agriculture address the climate impact of agriculture. So I think here again I would like to add that we talked about fossil fuels, like Professor mentioned, the importance of biofuels, and definitely fossil fuels is something that we need to address when we are working towards addressing climate impacts in general. But a very important source of greenhouse gases gets untalked about, and that is agriculture and the food industry. Agriculture by itself is a very significant contributor to major greenhouse gases, namely carbon dioxide and methane. And since these are sectors very important to human life, right? They're very hard to abate sectors. The world generally does not focus on, okay, how do we reduce? We cannot stop producing food, right? We have to maintain food security. So we cannot start targeting agriculture directly. So that's why so far in the climate conversations in COP, fossil fuels have taken precedence, renewable energy has taken precedence. But I think latest in COP 28, a lot of nations came together, and for the first time, the food and agriculture draft was signed, that we, like some nations committed that we'll start now focusing on reducing the emissions from the food and agriculture industry. So now one of the products that String Bio has in the agriculture domain, we directly try to address how we can reduce the climate impact of producing crops, while at the same time protecting crops from the climate challenges, like the climate resiliency that we need to build, right? Changing temperatures, precipitation rates, etc. So that's what we are doing, both at the manufacturing side and at the product side. We are having a climate impact because the product are climate positive by the nature of their manufacturing, and when they go at the point of use, they help in reducing the greenhouse gases, reducing the climate impact that the end product creates.
Thank you, Sanjeev. So the same thing, Suhas.
Yeah. So I represent Eitimo Ventures. We are neither a product company nor engaged into scientific endeavors. We are an advisory firm and mostly work in the facilitation space. So we facilitate understanding requirements, facilitate compliances, so on and so forth. So now, just to have an interaction, do you agree that Earth is at least 15 times greener than it was 2 decades ago? Huh? We don't agree, right? No. But there is a NASA report in 2020 which exactly says that Earth is greener by 15%. Okay, and it is thanks to India and China. Right now, India and China have contributed a lot to greening, but the greening is skilled. In China, it is mostly forest cover. In India, it is mostly crop cover. Okay. Now, what is the point that we drive from this? That means collective interference can create a change. Okay. That's a positive message that I need to drive. So small things we put, it creates a collective impact and changes the way the earth will look from top. Yeah. So now we need to steer our directions in the right way. Now we are focused on agriculture. We need to diversify it so that biodiversity and we accommodate more. Okay. Now we are talking about opportunities here. So what is risk? Risk is nothing but an hazard and the frequency of occurrence of them. So now hazard we have been hearing for morning. The frequency has increased. Okay. So that means risk has gone up. higher the risk, higher the opportunities. Okay, so that is how you need to view it. Okay, so there are a lot of opportunities. Now, I will just break down all this in a different manner because I will cut across sectors. So how do you visualize opportunities? Either you are into an anticipate or a reactive.
Suhas, can I come to? I have a question actually asking about that. I'll just take one more round, round table, and then open it for audience.
Okay.
It's the same point. What I wanted to ask my esteemed panelists is that with what you are working on, okay, today we are here to at least expose and brainstorm a little in terms of, let's say you are doing something, and what are the gaps that maybe somebody else can take up, and that is a potential opportunity. So I'll start with, again, freedom, me first. Okay, so what we do is we are an enzyme engineering company, and we do that in silico, and that's what we do. We work with several customers. They come to us with a chemical reaction, and they say, hey, we are using palladium, we are using rhodium. These are metal catalysts, and that's harmful or not very productive. In fact, recently we started work with one very large agri company. They're based out of Yalanka, and I didn't know such a big company is there in Bangalore itself. So they are producing a particular fertilizer, and there is some intermediate, maybe 5-6 steps before the final product, and it is chiral in nature, means it's optically active, and they need only one form of chiral product. And for that, their current chemical step yield is about 18 to 19% only. So they start with 1 kg of the starting material, they get 180 grams of the product, and it's fairly cumbersome and all of that. So now we are working on giving them an enzyme which can give them at least 60 to 70% in terms of conversion, but also the chiral will be 99.9%. That's the beauty of enzymes. They can give you the optical purity of the product because enzymes are made for that. So that's an example. But now from the gap of what we do, okay, this is an agri company. We are similarly working with pharma companies. All of these are chemical experts in chemistry. But when it comes to enzymes, we are not in the production space. I think if we had Subbu, right, one of our other IBioM members, they're into production, which Richcore got acquired by Loris and so on. So there are a few companies like that, and we would love to partner, or we would want them to partner with our customers so that they can produce. But also the challenge is then it becomes super expensive, right? Is there a way that can be broken down? Maybe an expert in process development and fermentation setup can sort of work with them and say, okay, we will give you maybe a turnkey project. So eventually your cost will come down because it's in-house for them. So that's one such opportunity that Quantumzyme would be great to partner and then, bridge that gap from an industry application perspective. So that's an example. So do you have anything similar to share?
Thank you very much. And on very, very relevant and very important question he has posed to all of us. See, there are gaps, and as the problem is bigger. See, when the route is tough, the destination is beautiful. Like that, this is not a big problem. So, as I mentioned, as I started that pheromones and monitoring and blanket spraying, can we only one question I will have to all of us, and if you have the answer, you will be the next generation Swaminathan. You will be the revolutioning this complete farming. In farming, that revolution has not come. So what I mean to say is the blanket spraying of the insecticides and fertilizer. That is what being done today also. We are not optimizing the requirement as far as the nutrition is concerned. We are not optimizing the target. We are not shooting only the insect. We are spraying. So I will say that from the material science perspective, the opportunities are there. If you can develop certain kind of a material which will release particular pheromone or particular chemical, and that can attract at a certain certain insect, that will be wonderful revolution. We are looking for a dispenser, and this dispenser should be this is for the material science. Biologists, as Naveen is, working on my right hand, these all chemicals are chiral chemicals. The biologicals or pheromones, sex pheromones, and enzymes. These are all they are stereospecific. If you can develop certain enzymes which will transform that is opportunity for.
Let's
Another-
go and talk there, both of us separately.
No, certainly there is big opportunity. We have been talking on to that. So these are the things. Another thing into the sensor side, from the electronic side or the IT side, sensor side. If you can develop in a sensor that will tell how much is the nitrogen required. I mean, it is being done now, but not at a very large scale. And it is not, see, as clearly you mentioned, how many farmers? If we do this one at a farm level, this will be revolutionary. Okay, but this is not being done. Every year I put 40 kg of urea, I will put 40 kg of whether this year nitrogen is required or not, I don't care. So please develop the sensors, and I'll pass on to the others because let them also speak, but this subject can be spoken.
So I think one topic that's brought about is scale. And scale is at both the sides, right? The problem of climate change is a problem at scale. It impacts the world. If something is going wrong at one part of the world, in one country, there are high emissions, it impacts all of us. So how I look at the system is that the major problem that we all have to solve is we don't have to let the temperature of the earth rise. That's happening because of the greenhouse gases. And why are the greenhouse gases a lot? Because everything we do as humans, I think in the first talk, Professor Nair mentioned, all anthropogenic activities are very energy intensive. We use transportation, we use fossil fuels, we are manufacturing goods, we are doing agriculture, machinery, even we coming to this venue. Every activity is very energy intensive. And that's why the greenhouse gas emissions are very high. So the opportunity from a biotech perspective or a bioengineering perspective is that in all these supply chains, there are pockets where bio-based alternatives can be looked for. You can have bio-based fuels, bio-based ingredients. So like string, we are making bio-based clean ingredients. People are exploring biomaterials. So all these supply chains, in the supply chains, when you go deeper, you will find pockets where bio alternatives can come up, which is where the pockets of innovations lie. They'll start at lab scale, they'll be piloted, but eventually, if we have to see the real impact, like if it really has to make impact at the climate level, it has to be scaled. One person changing their alternative, say, okay, today I'm using biomaterials, I've ditched plastics, it doesn't really make impact. But when that small behavior change or that replacement happens at scale, and mass adoption happens, right, when our ways change, then we will be able to have that climate impact. So the way to go is that we find those pockets of innovation, and both the forces have to work together. They have to be
Specific one potential opportunity that you can think of based on your business?
So we work in ingredients. So we are trying to replace. So we are trying to bring bio-based ingredients in the markets, and those ingredients can be in the agriculture space, in the food space, in the nutrition space. So where we are replacing energy-intensive materials, like for example, soy right now is growing soy is very energy-intensive. It soybean, right? So when you grow soybean, it depletes the soil of nutrients. Water it requires a lot of water to grow the crop. So, and where is soybean used? All protein that goes in in our food products, they are generally soy isolates. So can we bring out a replacement for that? So things like that. So this is where these are where innovations can come up.
Yes. So just to
You can continue.
Yeah. Just to continue. So when we sit as an entrepreneur, we need to break down what side do you want to create an innovation and create a business. Either you want to be on the supply side or the demand side. So once you want to position yourself there, then you see what kind of a technology you want to do. You want to create a technology which is reactive for adaptation, or which is anticipatory, or which is integrated. Simple example like I spill a liquid here. Okay, I need a absorbent to. It is a reactive technology that it will going to absorb some spillants, pollutants, or something like that. Because you will take an action only after the accident or event happens. Anticipatory is something I know there is going to be a spillage, so I design a non-spill cups. Okay, so you are anticipating it and you have created a design. Integrative is you integrate in your daily life that everyone will use a non-spill glass. It's not optional. It's not voluntary. That means you will have no zero spillages there. So that is how you see in which particular level of technology or which phase you want to integrate or develop a technology, and that is where you can focus your energies on. Then basically you will also have to break it down into whether you are into gray technology, that is only technology, okay, which will involve the processes, okay, optimizing processes, minimizing energy, so on and so forth, or you want to intervene into green ones like ecological change. It could be intervention as enzymes, it could be intervention for biological systems, it could be intervention for creating an ecosystem. So, for example, I have a lot of sludge going out. I need to treat it ecologically and then send it out, not through the ETPs. Generally, we do it through ETPs and things like that. But you create a wetland and then allow it to do a natural process and send it out. Then that is where you are doing an ecological intervention. And then it is a soft interventions that you can look at in terms of management, that you are aware about introducing monitoring tools. Then you have something data captures, insurances that you can look into, so that you are insured against climate hazards and things like that. So these are soft managerial management introductions that you can do. So I think I can give you spaces that where you can innovate, so that we can. It becomes easy for you to break down which is the space that is more attractive to you, and it will cut across all sectors. It could be agriculture, it could be industry, it could be cosmetics, it could be anyone. Okay, and then basically we are looking at getting a competitive edge. Why do you get a competitive edge? Because we are intervening at, I have three things or four things. ORRR, I say operations, you have reputation, then you have repositioning, and then finally you have regulation. So you, because you will be aware of all that, you will have a lot of competitive edge, because your operations are optimized using whatever biological methods, minimizing energy, so on and so forth. You optimize the operations, you create a reputation by engaging stakeholders. I would suggest a lot of people do greenwashing in terms of, I'll give an example. Someone came to me and said that, okay, I have this cream, we have two ingredients, neem and something else in that, but I don't want to pay for this because I don't actually put the ingredient. Then I asked him, why do you label it then? Then he said, because it sells. That means it's just greenwashing. I mean, so a lot of herbal products that you see in the market are not containing any of the herbal products.
Somebody mentioned about Patanjali getting good grants, right?
Yeah, so it is like it's mostly greenwashing. So I think we should refrain from doing that and actually contribute towards some positive impact that we can do. Now, what I understand here is in this August gathering is knowledge is there. Okay. We want to put the processes in place so that climate is adapted to or mitigated. Okay, process. But now we are missing the attitude. Without having the right attitude, you cannot implement the process. That is the space we work in. We engage with a lot of stakeholders. We try to create a positive attitude, telling that though it is difficult to abide by a lot of compliances, requirements, so on and so forth, but it is a necessity, because unless until we do those, we will not survive as humans. First, will not survive as business. Next, will not survive as humans. So I think that is an attitudinal change that we need to bring in. So unless we have a right attitude, and it's a long process. So knowledge is there, no doubt. We are all knowledgeable. We come from different spaces. Processes will be required. Only thing is we need to change the attitude.
Sure. Thanks.
So that is my.
Any questions from the
Just
audience?
one comment to what
Purushottam said.
Purushottam was saying, and then what Sanjeevini was saying. In scale up, you are aware, I'm sure you are aware. Synthetic biology is something that can negate all the energy that you're putting in the soil. For example, production of energy, also saffron, many other products. I'm sure you are into it too. So that's one biological answer to really decrease the amount of energy that is going elsewhere, which is maybe different.
Right.
Okay, sorry.
Any questions from audience? Or you're too hungry?
It's not I'm from the life sciences. It's a new thing, new topic for me. But we have discussed this in our local meetings, RWAs, and climate change is a big thing. I'm surprised we have not heard about plastic as much. Is there a role of how bioengineers can work with plastic?
Yeah, I have a whole huge one-day presentation on that topic.
I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is. Is there any comment from you guys on that? What is the
I can start because we did some considerable research. In fact, we recently got a grant to develop an enzyme to degrade PET, and that is something that a few companies are already looking into. Just at a top level, whether anybody comes up with bioplastic or not, or recyclable plastic or not, the amount of plastic that is already generated till date still requires another more than 50 to 100 years to even degrade that. So regardless of what anybody else comes up with as an alternative, there is a need to degrade this plastic. And I think India is still number one, because now when I travel anywhere outside India, I don't see anybody using PET bottles and all of that. In India, it is still a norm. If you go to any functions, any events, you still get that either 250 ml or 500 ml or 1 liter bottles that are prevalent. So from that point of view, there are other methods and techniques. I think Jagadish had brought in Dr. Ganesh Kishore some time back. We spoke to them. They had invested in one technology which is pyrolysis based. That is through heat you break down plastic. Basically, it's hydrolysis, means breaking down of the bond there, which is very costly, and it still creates some byproducts. So definitely the best way currently, there is only one company that has a lot of patents around the plastic degrading enzyme, which is possible, and they're already setting up a huge facility in France. India is still yet to make some progress on that front. That is the top that I can talk about. Anything else that you guys want to add?
I can add just few words here. So plastic always seems to me like a funny topic, because I think plastic is a problem. Since I was wearing, I've been hearing ban plastics, but it doesn't work out, right? So why? Because changing plastic is a huge behavioral change more than a technology. It's a big behavioral change for us to adopt, and again, scale, right? Behavior at a scale. Plus, most of the plastic, if you look around, it's a single-use plastic that we need. All food packaging, you go to any grocery store, the single-use plastic utilization is a lot. And then we could solve for plastic in two ways. One is, what do we do of all the plastic waste that we have at present, where I think you mentioned how to degrade, how can we enzymatically degrade those plastics that are currently in the environment. And the other way to approach the same problem is, how can we make plastic alternatives? Can we replace the current single-use plastic? And so far as I have read and talked to people, bio-based plastic alternatives have not yet delivered the properties that we need to be able to manage our single-use plastic. Right. So there's one company that I recently met, it's called Bamboo. They're also trying to do some bio-based, but they're sort of mixing bamboo in their entire mix of plastics, and that's why they've been able to achieve a certain scale. So when I talk to them, are you completely bio-based? What's your product? So even they had to agree that the kind of strength we need, the kind of properties we need, that for that material to deliver.
Problem is not behavioral. It's clearly a business challenge. Okay, plastic is so cheap that you cannot replace that unless there is a cheaper, very low cost alternative that can do the same thing as plastic, because people are just going for cheap, lower cost.
For sure,
that's
yes.
the lowest that's available. So that's the only option. And I think we are
just to add to that, almost. I think now the focus has shifted from entities to individuals. Okay, because now people have given up on the organization or entities and now focusing on individuals. That is why we have now mission life. That is lifestyle for environment. Okay, have you anyone of us heard that? No. Yeah, it's a government of India mission.
Yes,
Okay, which says that change your lifestyle for the environment. Okay, that is so they are reaching out to each and every individual to change your lifestyle in whatever minimal possible that you can, so that small contributions can lead to a larger change. Okay, because it's difficult to change the business.
Okay, so can we? Okay, one last question. The people are hungry, and we wrap it up, and then we can discuss over.
Leave it for the,
we can discuss over.
taking the dinner or something. But one thing I want to tell you, if one thing, if anybody has an idea and they are lacking some kind of resources, we have another resource available. We can enable you through IBioM. And I promise you through that Meta-driven research consortium, we have come up with a big land near Krishnagiri also. So if you have the idea and if you want to implement it, we can do it.
Great. Thanks. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks on behalf of IBioM. Is someone going to?
We have a special gift for the panelists.
No plastic, metal
No
only.
plastic. And
Shekar,
sir,
take a
something
picture.
something different later.
Great.
Take
Okay.
picture. Come.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
You come, sir. Rajeev,
No,
join, Madhavan.
take.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, next, Raja. No, next there is a demo. And then, sorry, Alex, you finish the demo. Alex, you come.
Yeah, Alex. And replacement of plastics, energy consumption, climate impact. We almost bundle everything in one, right? We can put it here actually, so everybody can see this. So, almost replacing plastics, and somebody said it wants to be cheaper, right? We're not doing it cheaper. We're just adding more value to it. So you will be compelled to use this and not something cheaper, because recycle, downcycle, at the end of the day, it's still an impact on the climate, right? Second is the resources consumed. So this is a sanitary pad that we've developed, and this is a totally flushable product. I have a pad here that's been wet, and it's been wet for, I think, a few weeks now, right? So you put it another 30 years, it's not going to degrade, it's going to stay as is. They've done a fantastic job that it survives 4 to 8 hours of use and then a few decades post that. What women usually do is they wrap it, they trash it, and hope somebody picks it, puts it in an incinerator, segregates it, or takes it to a landfill.
multiple people, multiple channels involved. So what we have come up with, and I'm going to share one sample for everybody to look at it. I'll connect it at the end. We're still not giving it as pub. You can open it up, actually. I'll open it for you. You can just take a look at it and pass it along. It's not, so you get to see the quality of it and the build of it and all of that. So this is the product, right? Touches, feels, performs exactly like a pad, no difference. Except when you throw this in the water, this is what's going to happen. Right? Regular pad, right? Put it in the water. Just talk to you for a little bit so I can buy some time and let it do its magic. About 30 plus seconds is all it takes. The idea is very simple. You take out the old pad, throw it in, put the new pad on, and that's the amount of time we want it to do its magic. It's basically water-soluble polymers that are going on. They're doing its job. And then when somebody puts it down the toilet and pours a mug of water, or in a pit latrine, or in a flushable toilet, right? Just flush. Gone. Parts of it disintegrates, part of it dissolves, and then it biodegrades over a matter of few weeks and not a few years. No composting required. This is the control. So you can see the difference. Now, actually, let me just shake this a little more. It's all gone. It's starting to come out. So basically what happens is when you throw a regular pad, it balloons up and it absorbs. And when it absorbs, it goes into the plumbing and it gets stuck in the plumbing. So our first step is it should not get stuck in the plumbing. The balloon bursts in 30 seconds. The layers start coming apart. And then as it travels through the plumbing, it'll start breaking into pieces. And then it'll be fibers. And then it'll biodegrade. That's our problem.
This property of it being degraded, then how does it sustain the use period?
We developed a flushable one in week 1 of the project, was December 2017. It took us 8 years to figure out it survives 12 hours of use and it dissolves that well. So it's a difficult challenge. That's the science and engineering that's gone into it. And I say 12 hours not because it fails at 12 hours. We stop the experiment at 12 hours. So you put it on for 25 hours, it'll still survive.
Disintegratable material, right? So it might sustain for those 12 hours, but it might be disintegrating in some form and factors. And what is the impact of that during use?
So the disintegration happens from the bottom, not from the top. So the lady who's wearing it will not see or feel any of it. And the amount of water required is a lot more than what you would see in a menstrual fluid, about 30 ml. That wouldn't do the damage. So that's why the magic happens from the bottom and not from the top. So, and most of 80% is wood pulp, and it's about 95 to 97% biodegradable today.
So from a regulatory perspective, will it be cleared, or is there any regulatory?
So I'm from a medical device industry. I've had enough problems with the FDAs of the world. So we chose this as a domain because there's no regulatory requirement. It's a consumer product over the shelf. I just need to pass a BIS standard and we're done. It's about 3 months work.
Have you done some trials of it? Incontinence issues, their 40s or something.
Correct.
So in those cases, what would be the life of these products?
So it depends on, so we are not targeting on incontinence. So our pipeline is, at least the thought process is such. First, we attack the pads for menstrual use, the smallest use case. Then we go to adult incontinence because adults can handle a used pad or a product that's a little larger, and we have to figure out, as the size goes up, the plumbing becomes a bigger issue. And then we will tackle diapers. So we're just taking it step by step. We haven't got that far yet. So that's the challenge, right? If it's 30 ml, 50 ml, maybe, now you're going to hit it with 100 ml of urine. This product will not handle it. So you have to go bigger in size for it to do that. And then you can't take a pad or an adult incontinence diaper or something of that sort and put it in as is today. So we're working on tricks and techniques for that to happen, but we are still in the drawing board stages for that. It absorbs exactly the same as a regular pad because the absorption is done by the core that's in between the two layers, right? We have not changed that. That's exactly the same. So yeah, we keep doing this. We get feed. We actually do consumer trials, about 30 to 50 women every time. We are now in that stage where we are scaling up. So hopefully in 3 to 6 months, we'll probably do a 300 women consumer trial, and then we go to 1,000 user trial, and then we talk about launch. So
this will be a big hit in schools and colleges, high schools and colleges, where nobody did at that early age of puberty.
No, I think if you first start off with Europe, that's where they're more conscious about this.
actually, it's exactly the opposite. We moved from there to here because they didn't care. Social stigma is not an issue there. That's the big difference. And our logic is, if it works here, we give them a superior product like Paytm, and we teach them how to do it. So I don't want to be between the next presentation, so I will step aside and take as many questions.
Okay, being available in the market?
In about 6 months. Thank you.
Soho, I was doing pretty well. Then I thought that she had a really good innovation. I moved from software to biotech in order to kind of take the innovation to market. So that's when we hit on a problem, right? So before we started actually working on it in 2013, and we spent a lot of money trying to develop the product. By 2015, both of us went bust. That is, I lost all my money, okay, in doing the software. So we had to figure out a way to get the company off the ground and without our money. Okay. We just had intentions. We just wanted to get into the market. We didn't know how. And that's when things happened. Or I don't know how many of you believe in this universe conspiring. I do. And that's how Azuka is there. Okay. So there are some important things you have to consider in getting your business off the ground without any money. So the first thing is getting into the right incubator. I'm going to touch upon that, each of which later. So I'm getting into the right incubator, focusing on grants. Grants have money allocated to it. which means that you don't have to dilute any equity on it. The second thing is awards and contests that are giving you cash rewards. That is what we focused on. And then after you develop the product, that is, after you get off the seed stage, you need to have a market exposure or the trips in order to get your product off the ground. So I'll just have a small, quick introduction to what a product was or a product is. So we introduced the first alternative for cyber green and Ethereum bromide. So most of you know that cyber green and Ethereum bromide are biohazards in the market for 46 years. There was no alternative for it. We came up with the food grade alternative to replace cyber green and Ethereum bromide. And that was a really, really long story, because when you start with a molecule, you know how many stages you have to, how many TRL levels you have to go in order to get there. So it was a bold claim going against cyber green, which was biohazardous. That means you're taking on Thermo Fisher. Okay, taking on Thermo Fisher is not very easy. That's why we needed the right partners with us. So it is very important for you to choose the right partner. So we chose Indian, because Dr. Fatima is based out of Indian Institute of Sciences. We started with Indian Institute of Sciences, which gave us the first seed grant to work with. The other important incubators that you have to consider is CCAMP, Bio Innovation Center, IKP, that I'm going to touch upon later. These are the very important incubators you have to touch. Even if you have an idea, if you approach them and say that this is how I want to take the idea to market, what they do is, apart from giving you the seed grants, they give you the industry connects, they give you the reputation that you want to go with. They are the entry point to all the awards and grants. Because, say for example, government of Karnataka or government of France, anybody comes over to India, the first thing they visit is one of these incubators. I think all of you know about it already. You've seen it in the pictures. And the second thing is the seed stage. Okay, once your idea is, ISC gave us the first seed funding. Apart from that, what we did was get a biotechnology ignition grant from BIRAC and applied for Elevate, which was, now I think you have to consider Elevate and Elevate Unnati, which is for SCST group, which has a separate track for them in order to get there. So we got the seed funds, we got BIRAC grant, and Elevate we got long back. And then important thing is coverage. Once you get a grant, you have to advertise it somewhere, right? So what we did is we went to Tech 30. I hope most of you know your story. So we went and participated in a contest called as Tech 30 that actually propelled us to the top of the tech group, and that gave us enough visibility to attract the first set of investors in order to come there, in order to kind of, get us onto a product, at least IP filing stage there. So the next award is from DST. This is India Innovation IAGP 2.0, Power of Ideas from Economic Times and BioAsia. All of these are cash awards. This is 50 lakh. I'm talking about awards sometime 5 years back. So all of them were 50 lakhs, 40 lakhs, and 5 lakhs. Now I think everything is a crore, close to a crore. Apart from BioAsia, both awards have gone to up to 1 crore now. So what we did was, not only we got the grant, okay, so the IAGP 2.0 is very, very interesting because it is the DST and Lockheed Martin grant. So what this award gives you is, it gives you a cash award plus a free US trip to MIT and Harvard, where they take you to both MIT and Harvard incubators. They tell you how startups there work, how startups there prepare their fund. Actually, their startups, they have a entrepreneurship program. You are given a free ticket to that. And this is the first time all my taxpayer money was reclaimed by a whole trip sponsored by Government of India and the delegation. So we got to visit both MIT and Harvard as part of the trip. And the second trip, I should be thankful to Jagadish ji, because it was to BioKorea. This was a part-sponsored trip where Government of Karnataka sponsored. Initially, I was very hesitant to go. Actually, he convinced me to go on this trip. So that gave me an exposure. We went along with Janitri. I'm not sure how many of you know Arun Agarwal from Janitri. So this gave us an idea of things we should be working on and things we should not be working on. A lot of times we work on a product that's great in India, but it may not have a global market. So going over to BioKorea and the US gives you a scale of what you want to be working in the next 10 years or 5 years. And it also gives you the right investor connects, because most of the time the award ceremony happens in Delhi or in a particular country, and you get invited where you get to meet a lot of DST. So one grant leads to another, because once you go to the DST circle, next thing that you get introduced is to DPIIT and the other circles, because all the secretaries of India are there. You go to one of these grants, you'll get used to the other. You'll get introduced to the other grants. And here comes the biggest problem of all. Okay, so we were working on all this, and then COVID stuck. Okay, and what ISC had was ISC came into a pandemic protocol, which means that we were working out of the biological sciences building, and we lost access to the biological sciences building. So what would you do in such a case is we applied for all the COVID funds that were there. So, I mean, we didn't get a lot of Nidhi Priyas, but we got enough to get recognition. So we lost to, that is what I want Dr. Raja to kind of intervene. You know who we lost to? Patanjali Pharma. Okay. Okay. So I felt very unfair. I wanted to fight this, but there was no forum to even go and report it. At that time, I think a lot of distributors, I don't want to name them, but a lot of the times when we came second and third, we just lost to distributors who were actually having a US-based company's license. So it was actually not an innovation that got all the funds. It was some distributor who had good connects with DBT and all that. So that is something that we have to take over maybe later. So we got Nidhi Priyas, and we won the National Startup Award for actually for our work in saying that we could be really an alternative for cyber green. That is, the problem was India does not have the nucleic acid binding dye, which means that for every PCR kit, for every RT-PCR kit, we were depending on Thermo Fisher. And during such a national emergency such as COVID, what Thermo Fisher did was, first it's our country, you guys come next. Okay, so that happens in every. So innovation can be weaponized at a time of a crisis, and that's what most of the other markets did. And that's when we wanted to break the ground, and we did a couple of proposals, and that's when our star product for COVID was born, which was M-Wrapper. So we what we understood, ISC got a lot of calls during COVID season saying that the VTMs were contaminating at a rapid pace. There was no cold storage, and all the calls were coming in from the government to ISC saying that do something about it. And that's when we actually understood that we had a product called as molecular transport medium that we didn't commercialize, which was actually being internally used in our lab. We flipped it around and then launched as a product called as RNA wrapper. Okay, that was for COVID-19. That happens to be, ISC has made a press release about it saying that it is India's first reported molecular transport medium or first biosample collection kit that we developed. So that product got a star product and still selling as a star product. So that is the innovation that we did. Once we understood that India did not have a basic sample collection kit, we developed that. And following that, I mean, DNA, RNA extraction kits are not exactly an innovation here, but it is what people wanted to order. People don't order just sample collection kit. They order the entire genomic workflow of kits. And that's how the entire international ordering goes, or all the vendor ordering goes. So we had to come up with an entire workflow of kits that we developed. So our fluorophores got into the DNA. That is the fluorophores that was taking off very slowly because people didn't have DNA sample collection kits to start with. We are importing it from Zymo. We are importing it from Streck. We are importing it from BD Biosciences, RNA later. If you importing it from any of them, we've already replaced a lot of RNA later. We've replaced UTM. We've replaced Prime Store MTM. So if any one of you using or importing the sample collection kits, I think you must try our kit because it's completely made in India. So here is it. We had the idea. We had the base level product, but we needed a large scale manufacturing unit. Okay, we didn't have the money to do it. We didn't have any investors to come and fund us. So we pitched the idea to ISC, and ISC came up with CSR funds from two companies. That was Citigroup and Honeywell. Okay, once Citigroup and Honeywell came in, we got MS Rame Evolute to kind of take us to completion or find it as a deployment strategy. The reason why all these companies came in was that we were actually giving them an option that, yes, we are going to do it with COVID, but along with Azuka's thing that we are going to replace biohazards, we are going to go with no toxicity. We came with a climate change alternative. That is, our manufacturing unit does not have any smoke. I mean, you're welcome to visit it. We are on the 5th floor in Pina. We have no smoke outlet, no water, no effluent outlet at all that goes out, and no biohazards completely. That's our policy from day one. So we got covered in a lot of international reports. And once we deployed, during COVID, we deployed close to 1 million units with zero contamination returns. We had around 400 to 500 broken tubes returned, but zero contaminations. So that was the record that got recognized by TDB, Technology Development Board of India, and we got a cash reward from them, okay, for rolling such a product so quickly in a market on a national emergency basis. So how did we do this? We didn't have a manufacturing unit. We didn't have any of the expertise. We didn't have the staff. So IIC helped us to acquire a company called In Vitro Sense. I'm not sure how many of you know it. It was Professor V.V. Venkatraman's company. He had passed away, and the company was, it had everything that you want. It had manufacturing boxes, it had the licenses, it had even the tapes, labels, printers. It came with people also. So we hired the company and we kind of get into market. So that was possible because we were with the right incubator. So once we got the deployment, we got TDB award, and the recognition that we applied for was NASSCOM's League of 10. So NASSCOM was primarily working in the software space, recognizing companies, but NASSCOM started recognizing that deep tech is the future of India. So because India is mostly known for copycat innovations, we wanted to get into, because most of the software innovations are already aimed at beating some US competitor. You can verify that. But the future is going to be IP-based companies. The future is going to be manufacturing from India, and that's where we got the NASSCOM League of 10. So once we got the NASSCOM League of 10 and other awards, it kind of, people wanted us. We had a manufacturing unit. We had an IP grant in 4 countries. People wanted us to export to different markets. So that's when DPIIT asked us to be a part of the India delegation. So we went to Viva Tech Paris, the one that Elon Musk came. We went, we weren't even close to Elon Musk because it was so crowded, okay? But at least we got to be in the same arena, I think. So Viva Tech is a completely sponsored trip. You don't have to shell out anything right from the pickup to the India bus. Everything was done by DPIIT. And this is the exploratory trip that got us exposure to different markets. And then Dr. Fatima got a part sponsored from Karnataka to market exploration. And I'll close with this. I just returned back from UAE with a market exploration trip sponsored by Exim Bank of India in order to export to Dubai market. So there is an offer that probably I want to discuss it later. So yeah, and the most important part, I'll close with this slide. So grants and awards are a lot. You have to really apply to it. It's very complicated. Those of you who apply to grants and awards, I think you will know. We are automating it with an AI company called CogniQuest, so that we are actually hitting around 10 to 15 awards per month. So if you're interested in collaborating, I'll be glad. With that, I'll close. Thank you, guys. Yeah, thank you. Sorry for taking time.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I just have one felicitation before I give it to Manish to conclude the whole thing and thank the host. And sir, please come. You contribute a lot to government of India. Looks like a grand company.
Grant. Yeah. Thank you.
Shekar, I think you need to do that. Give the shawl to him, and you can put the garland. Give it. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So, Manish, you a job. I'll put it in a bag and give it to you.
Okay. Now is next 15 minutes. I'll take you through one small session. Why everybody's laughing? All right. So we have come to the end of the program. Now I'll see smiles. That's nice. So thank you everyone for coming, making it, and many of them have to leave. Probably next time we'll be more having that mind to have time management. We haven't managed time very well. It's almost 5 hours everyone is sitting, and sir has come at 4 p.m. and he's sitting here. It's 5 hours he has sat here. So I think we should manage our time much better next time. And thank you for staying back still. And I thank all the speakers and especially the host, Shekar, and his whole team, and including the boys who was giving water, supplying, and the choreo team, everybody, they're all coordinating and doing amazing work. You're all done. Awesome. Thank you all. Thank you very much. And on behalf of IBioM, Naveen? Okay. All right. This will be called IBioM.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Time for lunch, dinner.
Yeah,
Oh,
so before you all leave, please, there is a 5-star dinner arranged for all of you by a 5-star chef, and he has really worked hard. So please taste it. And we do have one more cake cutting for an amazing achievement that will be happening on second floor. That's a surprise. So please come over to second floor where we'll have the cake cutting and the dinner, please.
And the chef is a master of Australia Master Chef. So
yeah. He's a Master Chef Australia. Yeah.
And
Yes.